and they had like a live musician from Puerto Rico, and they ended up like dancing and singing and everything. And so my sister-in-law ended up popping up to go dance, and then I hopped up, and so I went and danced, and management recorded us dancing to the Puerto Rican music, which none of you will see it. None of you will see me dancing and embarrassing I wouldn't say I embarrassed myself. I got rhythm. So anyway, good morning, everyone. Hello. Who do we have over here on the TikTok? Nagy, good morning. Let's see, Lauren, good morning. Tina, good morning. Maddie, I'm good. How are you? Tiffany over on YouTube, I see you. Eddie, you make me want to be the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. Listen, not Eddie coming through with they call me USHERRAYMOND. What up, cool cat? What up, purple? How's everyone doing this morning? Guys, over on, you're ready? I know. Wait, why haven't you slept? Nagy, why haven't you slept? I was trying to find you again, but forgot your name, but ended up your FYP. Let's fucking go. I'm already on the FIP. Guys, apparently I'm already on the FIP. Keep doing all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen. Your favorite. Hey, hold on now. Hey, don't. You ain't got to butter me up. Listen. Me and my notes. You're not playing in my face, are you? Me and my notes, do you mean that? I don't know if you know. I don't know if you mean that. Really? You ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't gotta lie. Okay, no, let's get serious. Guys, we gotta be professional. We will be professionals today. Everything will be above board and above reproach. We will absolutely be professional today. Anyway, over on the TikTok, guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are knock out the daily gift goal. Holy smokes, I had a brain fart. Knock out the daily gift goal. It's only it's one coin. Holy smokes, and knock those out a couple of times. That'll help boost the live as well. Share the live to your stories and to your reposts. That helps so much. Please share the live to your stories and your reposts and tap the screen. Holy smokes, we got to like 875,000 likes yesterday on TikTok. We were so close. I think we can do 1 million today. A million. A millionaire, I'm a young money millionaire, tougher than Nigerian hair. My criteria compared to your career just isn't fair. I'm a venereal disease like a menstrual bleed through the sheets of. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to reset the gift goal if we can continue to knock out the gift goal. If you're over on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. Please. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm in a good mood. I'm in such a good mood. Shout out to my wife. Shout out to management. Let's get serious. Tina, God dang it, you're right. Tina, you have to hold me accountable. We will be serious. Chat, look at me. Tina's right. We will be serious today. We will have serious debates. We are serious people. We will not call people slap nuts. We will not call people donuts. We will not down any of the people. We are serious. Serious time. My super serious face. Let's get this bot up out of here. Nobody wants you biting. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. Keep tapping the screen over on TikTok. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Let me get this. What the fuck? Where is it? Kick. We got a fucking bot over on Kick. I saw it. Where'd you go? I could have sworn I just saw a bot over on Kick. Yeah, I did. Boom. Got it. All right. Keep tapping the screen, guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the 1 cent gift goals. That'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Do all the wonderful things. And with that being said, guys, exah.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer, mods, working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight.
Welcome to the ring now.
Talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down.
Welcome to the
ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the
logic
break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now.
You ain't
built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats.
Donuts.
Pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next,
welcome to the
ring now. Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah,
welcome to the
ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way.
You about to get
cooked. You should know who I am by now.
What? Boom, 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 boom. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, can we knock out the pink heart puffs, please, guys? If we can knock out the daily gift goal like multiple times, it'll push us out to the FYP, which we all call the FIP. I don't know if you guys call it the FIP, but I call it the FIP, so it is the FIP. So if we can knock that out a couple of times, it'll help boost the live as well. America is a global joke. And I will say this, FYI, if you have been wanting to debate me on any of these topics on the background, you might want to get it done today. I started working on a new background, and I don't know if I'm going to roll it out tomorrow or the day after. But like, if you have any of these things that you disagree with, or if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box, because like, it's now or never. Now or never. America's a joke. And the reason why I say America is a global joke is because a couple of different things. First and foremost, capitalism. Capitalism is something that has been used to trick poor people into thinking that rich people want what's best for poor people. That's just a fact. Fun fact. Unless you're an ultra wealthy billionaire, not even a millionaire, I wouldn't even say a millionaire. Unless you're an ultra wealthy billionaire, you have not won capitalism, and it's not necessarily set up for you. Hell, if you're actually just a part of the proletariat, if you're an ordinary person, as John Legend would say, it's not for you. It's not for you. Socialism is the way. No, the guest access is right there, Jamie. What are you talking about? Boom, sent you a request. Is your guest access gone? Not mine. I have my backup account up here. I can literally see the guest access. Anyway, next, Republicans, Democrats, they are terrified of democratic socialists. Dem socks are up. And I actually have videos from both sides that I'm going to play. And again, they are fear mongering when it comes to Dem socks. Period. Next, white people. White people embrace white supremacy. It's just factual. It's absolutely factual. I would also say that while embracing white supremacy, they don't actually care about racism. It is what it is. The next reason why we are a global joke is because we absolutely have to cut the United States military in a couple of different aspects, right? We could talk about the military budget. We could talk about the presence around the world. We can talk about so many things, but the United States military gots to go. Last but not least, Christians. Ooh, this has been a tough one for Christians, because Christians have had to come to the realization that their weaponization of the Bible has done nothing but harm our country and propelled us to the global joke we are, because they've weaponized the Bible nonstop. So that's what it is. Anyway, if you disagree with any things on the background, go ahead and get in the box. We're looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on the YouTube, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? What up, Kick? If you're over on YouTube and you would like to send a super chat, I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? Empowered, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background?
I apologize, Santana. That was an accident.
I was hoping it was. I was about to say, please don't come up here breaking my heart. Not a black
No,
woman.
that was an accident.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop you down.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Okay.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I think this was a mistake as well. I'm going to drop this person. Kevin over on YouTube. Kevin, I see you in the request. FYI, I'm going to go ahead and bring you in. I see you typing. No need to type in the private chat. I don't give a shit about that. Kevin, I have you on the screen over on YouTube. Now, hopefully you actually read the link before you actually clicked in. Kevin, in order for, you're muted, right? So I can't hear you. You can't take yourself off mute. People over on YouTube are so weird, right? There's this guy named Joe who keeps coming into the like YouTube stream requesting and telling me how much he loves me and how much he wants me. But I digress. In order for us to get this debate going, the only thing that I need you to do, Kevin, is to turn on your camera for the introduction, just the introduction. You don't have to keep it on. But as we do the introduction, just to confirm, you're not some random weirdo and you're not here for the weird shit. We have to do that. Oh, yeah, you're here for the weird shit. He, like, first and foremost, Kevin, your people on YouTube you should actually work on some squats. I'm not even going to tell people on TikTok what he's doing. I'll just say on YouTube, he's so weird. He's so weird. I'm assuming that he's not here to debate because he's just weird. He actually bent over with his flat ass and like start spanking it. It's so weird. You should do squats, bud. You should do squats. I don't understand why they're so weird. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anywho, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or your hoodie sweater don't help you. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean your hoodie sweater doesn't help you? I agree. Some Christians do weaponize the Bible, which is bad. What do you mean, Don? Hold on. What did you say, Don? Yeah, it's been bad for Christians. Yeah. As a whole, that's a wrong. Yeah, and they actually don't, engage at all. Kevin, I see you're back. Are you here to actually debate or be weird? I don't care about you typing. Kevin, what you have to do is turn on your camera and put your face on the screen. And I'm sure your ass looks like your face. And so that's probably why you're confused. But you have to put your face on the screen so we can do the introduction and then we'll get into it. You don't have to keep typing. I don't care about what you're putting. I'm not going to check it. I just need you to turn on your camera, put your face on the screen. We do the introduction and then I will move forward with embarrassing you. Kevin, are you going to turn on your camera, put your face on the screen for the introduction or not? You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. We're going to get Kevin out of here because for some reason, Kevin only wants to put his butt on the screen and not his actual face. I don't know. They're being weird today. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Bretta.
What up, Santana?
Fancy seeing you here.
What do you mean?
You only come around my live every once in a while. Why?
Yeah, it's... What you mean? What you mean? You wonder why?
I don't know.
You feel like you him?
Well, not that, but I don't know. Blacker doesn't really like me. I don't know what that's about.
I don't consider myself blagger.
I know you don't. I know.
I'm just American.
I know Black Poppy. I know. Bretta.
Yo, are you black? I never asked you that. Are you black?
Yeah, I'm black as hell. I'm black AF.
Are you descendant of people that contributed significantly with labor to the 13 colonies?
Yep, I am. I actually track it back to a specific plantation in South Carolina. I've actually driven past that plantation, but I digress. That means fuck all to me. Anyway, Bretta, what did you come up to talk about?
Well, okay, look, capitalism doesn't compare to socialism. Mm-hmm. Would love to. You probably have some societies that I've never heard of that you can enlighten me with. Please don't bring up some random person. I'm begging you, bro. Don't bring up some random person. Let's just have the discussion.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Socialist, you know what you do. You bring up a random person and you leave the debate to them. Democrat, socialist, up. You guys are really loving on Mamdani. You guys are loving on this.
Y'all fucks with Mamdani, but no, like everyone's scared of him. Like, everyone's scared of the Democratic Socialists to the point that they're like fear mongering.
I don't think you guys understand economics and the world. It's like you miss like basic tenets of reality.
Let's not talk in general and talk about other people. You think I don't understand economics?
Oh yeah, I meant specifically you. When I say y'all, just want to make sure that I include other people so they feel insulted. Santana, how is it? How do you not know that? How do you not know that at the beginning, communism or socialist, democratic socialism is gonna look good, but eventually you're giving more and more power to a governing body, right? When you do that, you literally lose all the power. The point of free enterprise is so that the people could keep the power. Is it perfect? No, but it's better than communism, or it's better than democratic socialism. Let's talk about that.
Sure. Let's talk about any democratic socialist society, specifically the ones that lean heavily on social safety nets. Can you tell me any of them that have overwhelming power coalesced within the governmental system?
Can I tell you any that have overwhelming power coalesce over the system? Right. So, well, that example would kind of put my own foot in my mouth. Okay. No, not that I could think of right now.
Yeah, the issue with the statement that you made is even when you talk about, because I'm assuming that you're talking about like Dem socks and not socialism, right? Just to be clear, which one we're dealing with?
Talking about what?
Which topic? Just to be clear, which topic are we talking about? Are we talking about Dem socks, or are we talking about or socialism?
What's a Dem sock?
Democratic socialists. There's two topics on the back. The first one says capitalism doesn't compare to communism. I'm sorry, doesn't compare to socialism. And then the other one says Republicans and democratic socialists are up. So those are two different topics.
Can you put it to where just the topics stay on the thing, not flashing and moving?
No, I like my cool shit. But this one stays up for like 40 seconds.
It doesn't. It goes mad fast.
It's up for 40 seconds. I literally have it timed out.
Talk about every topic. Global power ready. What is it? It's cut off over here.
Yeah, global power, reduce U.S. military. The white supremacy one isn't for you, brother. Yeah, you can do any of the other ones, if not that one.
Christians don't weaponize the Bible. That's the one I originally wanted to come up with. That's the one I saw, that we weaponize the Bible.
All right, let's do it. If everybody want to talk about Jesus for some reason.
No, I want to talk about all of them.
That's no, I'm just saying people really, the two that you said is like the two that people always want to talk about. It's super interesting, but let's do it. So you disagree with the premise that Christians weaponize the Bible. Is that an accurate statement?
That's accurate at all. We don't weaponize the Bible at all.
Okay, give me an argument.
Because we tell the truth of what our Lord stands for. You don't like it, you consider it weaponizing. Because the Lord has an order from the high heavens to the low hells, and that includes the middle earths. And some people don't like where they were placed in the order. They rebel against God. If you remind them of God's order in the Bible, now you're weaponizing the Bible. That's not our fault that you don't like what it says. And then you consider, it contradicts my lifestyle. So no, live your lifestyle, but don't say that, don't say we're weaponizing the Bible when we're reminding you that our God, our sovereign God, all-powerful God doesn't align with that. He doesn't condone that.
Okay. I just took some notes. Tell me if there's anything that I missed that you feel like is important and that I need to add. I said that you guys tell the truth. I said that you don't, that you're saying that people don't like it. And so that's why we feel that it's being weaponized. I said that there's an order and it includes Middle Earth. I said that you guys are reminding them of God's order. Anything else pertinent to your argument?
You can go off for that. That's good. The truth of what my God says. That's what you missed, but that's neither here nor there. Go ahead. Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, just to verify a couple of things. Are you a Christian?
I am a follower of the way, even though I come up short.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's fine.
I come
I'm
up
just
short.
trying
I'm not a perfect man.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that we're speaking the same language. Okay, perfect. Do you
real quick? You don't believe in Jesus Christ, right? Have you accepted him in your heart as your Lord and Savior?
Technically, I guess I have.
Why? How technically?
I mean, I did it when I was younger, and then I did it like after college. But then I educated myself, and there's so much more to it. Just to, I guess, to be transparent with you and to be fair, I do believe in a higher power, right? I do believe there is some form of higher power. I don't know what that is, but I do think it's hubris of man just to think that we're the end all be all. Now, with that being said, I also think that there's aliens, right? So maybe God's alien, maybe God's like an all powerful being. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think that it's just
let's skip I'm gonna ignore the aliens part, right? Let's just cut that one out. That's a separate conversation. And I'm gonna tell you that there are plenty of higher powers.
No. That wasn't from you to critique my like thought process. I was just trying to I was granting you grace that I don't give other people because you're you. But I was still going somewhere else with this. Just to verify, do you believe that the Bible is the word of God?
The Holy Spirit inspired the prophets to send the message and tell the story to us. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that God is all knowing, all powerful, all righteous, like all the good things?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you believe God's perfect?
Yes.
Okay. And but this is just for my personal knowledge, and this is going to really help me understand how this is about to go. With the actual your knowledge of the Bible, how much knowledge do you have of the Bible, and how much knowledge do you have of history?
I know, I'm going to say a good 40% of history, 38% of history. And I'm going to say I know 17% of the Bible.
Did you say 70 or 17?
17.
Okay. I don't think this is going to go well for you at all, but we can do this. All right, let's start here. The reason why I say
what would you say your percentage of the Bible is, just real quick?
I would say about 80 to 85.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun.
All right. I'm going to get my Bible real quick.
Cool. All right, let's start here. The reason why I say that Christians weaponize the Bible is because Christianity has been the tool that has been weaponized against so many different people and been the driving force behind so many atrocities throughout the history of the world, not just specifically to the United States of America, but the history of the world. We can talk about colonization. We can talk about genocide. We can talk about the social constructs that have been created, including race. We can talk about how even today, Christianity is used to weaponize and disenfranchise women and people within the queer community. Overwhelmingly, the Bible has been an impressive force while also being a book of contradictions. So the point that I'm making is people believe in something without truly understanding what they believe in while weaponizing it to hurt people.
Okay, so that's both our stances. Mm-hmm. I would like to, in your stance, acknowledge that, of course, there have been conquerors that have used the Bible to spread their power and their empire's power. Why did you say
conquerors? I'm not talking about conquerors. I never mentioned that. I said colonizers.
Colonizers, yeah, all right. Okay. Colonizers, all right. That so have come and spread their. Hold on.
You're agreeing that colonizers weaponized Christianity?
No.
Oh, okay. No. Sorry. Go ahead.
They believed in this God, but they were going to spread their empire regardless. All right. They were going to expand their power because that's just human nature. First and foremost, if you're going to do that with the Christian, I hope you do that with the Almoravids and the Sanhaja Confederation that did it for 1,000 years, spreading Islam throughout the world, so much so that they're still in Africa today, right? So we're going to hold both people accountable, or you're going to call me Islamophobic for saying that the Muslims for 1,000 years were rapists and unalivers of black people, right? Not just Christians, right? Did they empower the Christians to do it? Yes or no?
Are you done? It's my turn.
No, I'm not done. I'm asking a question, just so we know. I just want to make sure that you're consistent before I go into the Bible.
No. I'm consistent in
that the Muslims are also just as disgusting as the conquerors that used their the Bible to spread their colonies, their empire.
But brother, what does it say on the background?
Christians weaponize the Bible.
Okay, brother, you're a smart man. And I know you, so don't play the games that you try to play with me. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish. Don't play the games with other people that you try to play with them with me. You know for a fact that we're not talking about other religions. We're specifically talking about Christianity, and you know for a fact that if you want to defeat the argument, you have to attack the argument, not say what about. Saying what about is lazy. And to answer your question directly, to answer your question directly, I think all organized religion is harmful and has been used to and weaponized in one way, shape, or the other. But I think Christianity has been the most harmful and the most weaponized throughout the history of the world. And it's the one that's most prevalent and most disenfranchising as today in the United States of America. But I want to make sure that I'm very clear with this, brother. You saying, what about them or what about this? That's not attacking the actual argument of the, yes, all organized religion.
I can agree with that.
I can't
agree with that. I just said I want to acknowledge something in your stance before I go into my argument.
Right, but brother, like talking about Muslims does nothing for our debate.
To the point.
You tried to say, am I going to be called Islamic phobic and all that has nothing to do with the debate. I need you to stay on track. Okay. So within my stance, I presented the idea that individuals are weaponizing the Bible. You acknowledged that people are being alienated in the queer community, and women are being alienated in the Bible. But then you also made the stance that Christians in history also used the Bible to conquer. I acknowledge that. I didn't say anything about conquer. You keep saying conquering, and that's not what I said.
All right, man, stop playing semantics.
No, we're not, because there's a difference between conquering and colonization, and I will not let you conflate the two. Don't mix my words. Right. I never said conquer. I said colonize.
Right. Colonize, the colonizer. Okay, you said to use that they used the Bible. You went and reflected on history. So then I looked at history just as broad, and I said, before we go into our argument, I go into the Bible.
I'm not sure why you're repeating this and going back and saying this again.
Because you're trying to make it seem like I'm using a pivot.
Again, brother, this has nothing to do with the actual debate. Can you please attack the debate? I don't care about you going back to review the recap of why you brought up Islam. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, but the way you make it, don't frame it like
I'm trying to keep you on track and get you to your point when it comes to Christianity. You talking about Islam does nothing for this debate.
Okay, so then we're not going to talk about history then, because all history is ugly. And I'm not just going to let you vilify Christianity as if they did it alone. That's what I'm saying. Now let's move on to present day and let's keep the conversation on track, because you did it.
Brother, the point that I'm making is, if you want to defeat an argument, the argument is not to say everyone else was bad. That's not an argument. Because I'm going to finish what I'm saying, brother. I'm going to finish what I'm saying, brother. The actual way that you defeat the argument is by defeating the point, which you think that Christians do not weaponize the Bible. And so if you think that Christians do not weaponize the Bible, I think they don't weaponize it. Example A, B, C, D, right? That's how you do it. Not saying, well, everyone else weaponizes their religious books, or everyone else does this, or everyone else has done that. I've called out specific atrocities throughout the history and current day that is being driven by Christianity.
You did not.
I've called out specific. colonization, genocide, creation of social constructs, racism, attacking the queer community and women's rights to bodily autonomy.
Time periods where a colonizer actually went into another place using Christianity to evangelize.
Yes,
not to spread the empire.
brother. I promise you, I can get there. I was giving you my argument, and we haven't got into specifics yet because you were trying to actually attack my argument. And instead of attacking anything that I said, you tried to change my words, and then you tried to talk about other religions.
I did not change the words. I first opened up. Listen, I first opened up conceding that yes, we have had colonizers come in and use the. I acknowledge what you said.
You said conquerors multiple times, and you tried to change back to conqueror a second time after I corrected you, brother. Lock the fuck in.
No, I misspoke. I'm not trying to. Don't be a sassy boy. Okay,
brother, lock the fuck in. Again, you know you can't play those games with me. I'm not taking the bait. I just need the debate, brother. Like literally, the reason why I brought you up is because I thought that you were going to give me the debate, and now you're just leaning into the meta.
Let's get to the debate, man. Let's get to the debate. The debate is within this book. There are things that our Lord requires, and acknowledging that this is what our Lord requires is not weaponizing the Bible against you. Now, I don't know if you think that we're using within society the Bible to exclude people from opportunities and advancement, because how are we weaponizing the Bible? Aside from history, we're moving on. Today in society,
we're not going to move on from history because the things that were done still exist today. You can't just say move on from history because the things that were done in history, colonization has an impact today. The genocide that was done has an impact today. The social constructs that were created have an impact today. Like all of it is here today. So you can't just say moving on from history. That's why I said, how much of an understanding do you have of history? And then the Bible, because if you don't have a good understanding of history and the Bible, you're not going to do well with this. I'll give you a specific example. Let's talk about race. And I know you know this one because I've seen you debate Swan a million times. I've seen you make the rounds with people that are way smarter than me. Who created race?
Why are we having this conversation?
Please answer the question, brother.
I forgot his name in the 1500s. Was
Gomez Inez de Zurara.
Okay, all right.
At the behest of who?
Bro,
who commissioned him to do it?
Why can't we get back to the conversation?
You know where we're going, and that's why you're trying to. We're literally going there. You're playing games, and you see it, brother. Who commissioned Gomez Inez de Zurara and Prince Henry the Navigator to actually denote the differences and give justification for the creation of race? The Catholic Church.
I don't know who. Okay.
The Catholic Church, literally the actual body of God, the body of Christ, the religious entity wanted to justify chattel slavery and did so with the publication of 2 papal bulls, which then allowed the European countries to engage in chattel slavery.
Oh my God.
Which then pushed forward.
You're saying all the same thing that was said already.
I'm literally bringing it to where you wanted to be, brother. You're running. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Do you remember my response to all of this stuff?
Let me finish, brother. With they gave the permission to engage in chattel slavery and create the construct of race, which then pressed forward in a multitude of different ways with the transatlantic slave trade, which then pushed forward to what happened here in the Americas, chattel slavery, the ending of chattel slavery, and the continuum of slavery, the weaponization of the Bible when it comes to the slave Bible. Right, literally the Bible, where they took excerpts and passages out specifically to ensure that slaves knew that they were supposed. The way that they make it into heaven is by obeying God and continuing to actually be slaves, and then pushing forward to today, where the construct of religion is still tied with the construct of race, and how race continues to disenfranchise and harm people today. So if you sit here and pretend as if the usage of religion and the backing of religion does not affect us today, then how can you justify the presence of racism without acknowledging the group that drove the creation of race?
Yeah, first and foremost, Catholicism is not my religion and a separate religion and a separate belief. I want to highlight Matthew 24:5, which says, many shall come in my name saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Okay, so guess what? The devil knows the Bible just as much as any staunch Christian with the most zeal, and weaponize this against believers and non-believers to confuse. And here you are using all of the devil's tricks to weaponize against my God, knowing that none of those people executed the values in the Bible.
You're doing the meta.
I'm not doing the meta. I'm going biblical.
You literally are doing the meta.
My Lord has spoken on all of this that's going on.
You didn't address what I said directly. The only thing that you tried to give was Matthew 24:5. Matthew 24:5, which says, for many shall come in my name saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Sure, that's fine. I'm not saying that there aren't people that use it in a deceptive way. But what I am saying is, how do you acknowledge the existence of race and racism today, brother, without acknowledging the driving body that created the construct for a desire to create a free and cheap labor class?
What a gish gallop.
That's not what gish gallops are, and answer the question directly.
Yeah, you went through like 3 subjects to end up at a different topic that didn't.
It's not 3 subjects. It's one connective issue. Brother, I know you're having a hard time tracking. Don't worry, I got you. The thing that you kept saying is that you want to talk about today, and you said you don't want to talk about history. I said, how can we not talk about history when the things that affect us today, are tied to the history of it? And that's when I gave you the actual information, talking about the creation of race, who commissioned it, the history of race and racism that persisted up until today, and then the disenfranchisement that continues to happen. So, brother, I need you to answer the question.
I acknowledge that these people are working not at the behest of the word of the Lord, at their own greed. And this Catholicism is not my religion. Look, I don't want to offend nobody in the chat or whatever, but Catholicism in Hispanic, we refer to it as Christians as la gran ramera. It's like the big confuser. So for you to use Catholicism and weaponize that against my God, because religion and God are 2 different things, bro. That's why I call myself a follower of the way. When you ask me, am I a Christian? Understand that many will come in his name to deceive. You cannot use the people that are using his name to deceive and weaponize it against my God and say, oh, because of that, we are weaponizing the Bible. What the Bible says and what people do are 2 different things. Show me how we're weaponizing the Bible, right? Weaponizing the Bible would be like, I'm saying things that aren't biblical just to control you. That I'm twisting scripture up.
That's not just what weaponization is, brother. Weaponization is using the Bible to justify something that's trying to be done. And so the weaponization of the Bible throughout history has been used to justify colonialization, genocide. It has been used to justify creation of social constructs, including race. And it is being justified as of today to tell women that they don't have rights to bodily autonomy, and to tell queer people that they don't have rights as a whole, whether it be to marry, whether it be to work in the military, or whether it be to play in sports. These are the forces that are being used in the Bible. Is the weaponization and justification.
Where in the Bible does it say that women don't have bodily autonomy?
I said that they are using the Bible to justify women not having bodily autonomy. The Bible doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't. How are they? The Bible doesn't talk about. The Bible doesn't talk about women shouldn't get abortions. Never says that. But the people who call themselves Christians, the people that call themselves Christians, weaponize the Bible. They weaponize "Thou shalt not murder," and then they say that, "Oh, I knew you in the womb," and all this other stuff, and then they deny in Numbers 5, the bitter waters. They deny the fact that the Bible states that life begins at first breath. They deny that these things are different, and they just want to control women. And then if you want to talk about the controlling of women, you have to talk about when this actually started, because this was not always a thing. The Bible thumpers did not care about abortion until Southern preachers were told to care about abortion, because the Republican Party was losing steam, and also they saw the decline of the white birth rate. Yes, the replacement theory is directly tied to the overturning of Roe v. Wade and abortion. Yes, it's all connected.
You said that enthusiastically, and there's no, you don't know what people believed about AB, or can I say abortion? Because I hear you say abortion.
I say everything except the name of drugs.
Okay. I'd say, and people, you don't know how they felt about abortion before Roe v. Wade. That could have, I guess, inspired the conversation, but you see that it was an ongoing fight for a long time against Roe v. Wade. So people held the sentiment for a long time. So for you to say, oh no, it just happened after Roe v. Wade, stupid. I expect more from you.
I said that they've been.
Let me speak, broski.
No, because you don't know what you're talking about. You calling something stupid does not mean that it's wrong. You just don't understand it. I got you. Don't worry. Religious rights.
Why?
Religious rights. Hold on. Religious rights. It started in the late 1970s. This is when they started talking about the fact that abortion should not be done, and it's an offense against God. Prior to the late 1970s, that was not a thing. Prior to one of the biggest leaders was Francis Schaeffer. Francis Schaeffer was he was part of an activist group that specifically
you're not
wanted
even letting me respond to your old claims, and now you're reading off of a script. You gotta let me. You're not even.
You replied to my claim.
Pretend not to be reading, broski. Let me finish. First of all,
reading someone's name and giving you specific details is reading a quote unquote script.
Yeah. You're supposed to.
Brother, what did you say? What did you say to me, brother? What did you say to me?
Let me speak, bro.
About the thing that I said with the overturning of Roe, and then the religious leaders that were told to care about this. What did you say?
Say that again.
What did you say when I brought up the point that people have not always cared about abortion and used the Bible? And I told you that this was something that was done and to fight and overturn Roe v. Wade, and it's connected to the Great Replacement Theory. What did you say?
I told you that. Just because in history, I told you that people been fighting all the way till Roe v. Wade was overturned, so they've been holding on to that sentiment. And you said, hold on a second. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Stop shaking your head. Stop shaking your head.
Because that's not what you said. You told me that I made that up. You told me I made it up.
I didn't say you made it up. I said people have held that sentiment for a long time.
I'm paraphrasing it, but you told me that I made it up because you said there was no one that actually did it. That's why I went to the specifically the 1970s.
I said you don't have proof, and you don't have proof that was a cause. And second of all, Roe v. Wade, wasn't that passed in the 70s, like the original decision? In like 72 or something like that. So for you to bring up that people got emotional about it in the 70s, well, duh, that was the big Supreme case. So people were more vocal about it. So don't make it seem like people didn't care about it. And now in 2000 and whatever, when they overturned Roe v. Wade, people started weaponizing the Bible to keep that term.
They've been trying to actually, I said they've been working to overturn Roe v. Wade since the late 70s. Do not play. Either you're not listening.
Roe v. Wade wasn't overturned. I mean, it was an early 70s thing. It was an early 70s thing.
I said they've been working. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. You're so busy trying to fight. You're not listening to me.
All right, I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
They've been working to overturn Roe v. Wade since the late 70s.
Why? Because they believe AB is murder since the late 70s. They believe the decision was wrong because before the decision, they believed AB was murder. That's the point. So for you to say, oh, they just started weaponizing the Bible because of the recent decision, you're wrong on that, broski.
I never said that they just started weaponizing the Bible because
yes, you did. You was like, oh, they just did it. They just started caring about it. Santana, we were all here.
Brother, I need you to stop and listen, because I've been taking notes as you've spoken. And so I don't even know if you need to write down what I'm saying or like you're literally flailing. I did not say that this is justification because they recently started doing that. I said that the Bible has been used as justification for women to not have access to bodily autonomy. I never said this was something new. I didn't say that they just did it to overturn Roe, because I mentioned that they used religious leaders and they told Southern religious leaders to care about abortion, to fight against and try to overturn Roe since the late 70s. So there's no way that I could only be talking about now when I mention that they have been using religious leaders since the late 70s to try to overturn Roe. And I stated that it is connected with the Great Replacement Theory. This is literally an initiative that is being worked on by some of the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world, groups like the Heritage Foundation.
The Great Replacement Theory started in the 70s? The Great Replacement Theory started in the 70s?
Yes, it started. Yes.
Let me look that up. I'm gonna have to look that up because I think you're a bold-faced liar. I think there was probably somebody who echoed the sentiment. Like one person talked about it and then it probably picked up steam in 2016, 2017. Not that there was an ongoing movement of the Great Replacement Theory from the 70s till now. And you guys like to conflate, like missing the gap just because one person spoke about it. Hold on.
Who's the Heritage Foundation?
Person spoke. Just because
who is the Heritage Foundation?
Oh my God, the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation, the Heritage Foundation. You guys sing the same songs for 2024. Yo, you're not gonna let me respond as I want to respond. I gotta answer your question for the conversation.
I need you to answer. Who is the Heritage Foundation, brother?
I'm not gonna answer. I don't know. I'm not gonna answer your question.
Fine. The Heritage Foundation is a far-right think tank that has been pushing for the overturning of Roe since the upholding of Roe v. Wade. If you literally just said that you're not going to tell me, and so I started answering it myself. So either you get to answer the question, brother, or I'm going to answer it and tell you what I'm saying. Brother, you have to make a decision. Either you're going to answer the questions or I'm going to just say all the stuff. I don't care which one, but don't interrupt me. Just either answer the question or let me finish.
Wow, go ahead.
The Heritage Foundation is a far-right think tank that has been trying to overturn Roe v. Wade since the upholding of Roe v. Wade. The driving force for overturning Roe and restricting rights and women's access to bodily autonomy is to do multiple conservative things, but it is uphold the quote-unquote nuclear family, specifically the white nuclear family. They've had an understanding of the declining birth rate, and they saw the overturning of Roe and the forcing of women to have babies as a solution to increase the white birth rate. The Heritage Foundation has been behind multiple political entities throughout the recent history of the United States of America. But more specifically, the Heritage Foundation gave Donald Trump the short list of Supreme Court justices, which Donald Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices directly recommended to him by the Heritage Foundation, specifically to overturn Roe, while testifying that they would not touch Roe. And they did so. And now, just to highlight the impact that the Heritage Foundation has, the Heritage Foundation also gave Donald Trump J.D. Vance. The Heritage Foundation also gave Donald Trump Project 2025, which over 70% of Project 2025 has been implemented since coming into the United States of America. And
please don't go through all the talking points of 2024, bro.
The Heritage Foundation.
Why are we talking about the Heritage Foundation in 2026, bro?
I'm giving you the full picture of the Heritage Foundation being this entity that is driving the overturning of Roe because they want to outlaw abortions because of the Great Replacement Theory.
Okay, look, white people have, first of all, the decline, the birth rate, as I know it, as I studied it, started the serious decline in birth rate started like in 2005, 2006. I got to look it up. I don't have my laptop in front of me. But hold on a second. We're going to look it up, right? Are you saying that because there was a baby boom in the 60s, so what compared to the baby boom, I guess it was less, but it wasn't a decline to where they would have to start a complete initiative. Can you pull up everything you're saying? Like the Heritage Foundation actually saying, yo, we have a great replacement problem. Who was coming in to replace the whites into the Italians in the 60s and 70s? Why were they who was replacing them that had such a pertinent fear that they went into straight motion in the 70s after Roe v. Wade? Can you pull that up?
Yeah. Everyone else. That's why they made Irish people white. That's why they made Italian people white. That you're talking about the Italians.
Oh my God.
Are Italian people classified as white?
Oh my mama, look what he did.
Are Italian people classified as white?
Yo, I can't
Answer
believe
the question, brother.
He did that.
Answer the question. Are Italian people classified as white?
They wouldn't consider themselves white.
I don't care what they would be considered. They would consider themselves. My question is, are Italian people classified as white?
Italians are mean or white. You know that, right?
I need you to answer the question directly, brother.
I guess some of them on the paper will probably, some of them will put white, some of them will put non-white, whatever.
Okay, you're being disingenuous again. You're being disingenuous again, and I'm going to actually just give you all the information. Please don't interrupt me. When Italian people came to the U.S., they were not classified as white. The categorization of Italian people changed to include them to increase the number of white people that we have in the United States of America, just like which was done for the Irish people prior to that, just like what has been done for specific or certain groups of Latino people, and just like even people who are Middle Eastern who fought a court case.
Are they going to be absorbed into whiteness?
Brother, I literally said, don't interrupt me. Including Middle Easterns who fought a court case here in the US in order to be categorized as white. So the actual premise of being white has not always been exclusive to one group. They have increased the actual categorization of white to certain people to hold on to power.
So listen to what you said. They're going to hand over the culture to another people just to keep whiteness. You're absolutely incorrect. So answer my question. Are they going to absorb white Hispanics into whiteness eventually? Does that affect the great replacement theory?
They already have. They've already increased. They extended it to Irish people. They extended it to Italian people, and now they've extended it to certain Latinos. Yes,
to certain Latinos. How?
Through the categorization of race, the social constructs. Race is a race. It's Hispanic or brother. Stop fucking playing in my face and lock in. Is Hispanic a race?
Let me remind you that you are a male. Stop
saying
lock in.
Lock the fuck in and answer the question. Is Hispanic a race?
You're born a boy. All right.
You're doing the meta because you're fucking cooked.
Hispanic is not a race.
Okay, so stop playing in my face.
Doing the meta. Why are you doing that? What is because meta? What is that?
Brother, see, this is the thing, right? And I haven't muted you all the time, but I'm going to mute you because I just want you to stop talking and listen for a second. Brother, you're playing a caricature. I know you're not stupid. And since I know you're not stupid, I know when you're being disingenuous. And brother, I can deal with a lot of things. I can deal with stupid. I can deal with racist. I can deal with arrogant. I can deal with a lot of things. But brother, I cannot deal with disingenuous. And a lot of times I have to figure out if people are stupid or disingenuous. And I know that you're not stupid, brother. So I know when you're being disingenuous. Please stop playing in my face. Give me the debate or I'm going to kick you.
Sir, understand this. Hispanic is not a race. I never said that. But on applications, you do have non-Hispanic white, you do have non-Hispanic black, you have Hispanic, you have different categories. Pacific Islander. Most of the categories have expanded from white, black. So for you to just say that certain people have been accepted to whiteness is disingenuous, because now America has many different categories where it's not automatically on paper absorbing them into whiteness. That's my point. I'm not being disingenuous.
What are the 5 categories that are accepted by the United States government via the census?
Via the census. Okay, one specific application. I don't know.
That one specific application is how the United States government tracks race within our country.
No, they track race through the DMV. They track race through the hospitals. They track race through many things. Don't do that. They track race through the schools. And these have different categories. Don't do that.
I'm not saying that there aren't ways that they can get a understanding of what race. Brother, I'm not saying that there aren't ways that they can't get an understanding of what the racial makeup is of certain areas, demographics, things like that. But I'm saying the standard of what race is set is done via the census. That's why we have 5 groups that are listed. And there is a conversation now, because biracial people are growing so fast. There's a conversation around adding another quote unquote race to the census, which would be biracial people. Brother, you're fucking playing in my face.
I Googled it. White, which includes European, Middle Eastern, and North African origins. So now they accepted Arabs into the white category.
I told you that happened after a court case. Like they literally went to court here in the United States and fought to be categorized as white.
Black or African American of African origins, Asian, Far East, South Asian, Indian subcontinent origins, American Indian or Alaska Native, indigenous peoples of the Americas with tribal or community ties, and a Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, or the Pacific Islands. All right, where would I categorize myself as in this to you?
You're black, brother.
Not white? Why am I not white?
Because race is a social construct based off of phenotypical characteristics, socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics.
Okay, so if I'm white skinned with all my same phenotypes, same hair texture, same eyebrow shape, eye size, nose shape, lip size, would I be considered black or white?
Then you're black.
I'm black because I got black skin?
No, you said that you had quote unquote white skin with all of your other phenotypes.
So, well, why would, my bad. That was the example. So why can't I be white on paper if that includes, it's just white skin?
Because it's based off of groupings of socially acceptable phenotypes.
That's why I listed the phenotypes, sir.
That's why I said you would still be black, even though one of your phenotypes would relate to the categorization of white people. That's why you would still be black, brother.
White skin. My parents are white skin. I'm white skin with blue eyes. But because I have a wide nose, I have to be black?
It's not just one phenotype, brother. We literally just did this in reverse. It's about the grouping of socially acceptable phenotypes. Black people can have white skin. Black people can have blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes, all of this other stuff. That does not make them white.
Exactly.
It's the grouping of socially acceptable phenotypes that was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class. Now, the structuring and maintenance is what continues to happen to ensure that whiteness is always the default at the top. Shout out to Solid.
Did you find out? Yo, did you consider Arabs white before the judge ruling the court case?
Brother, what are we doing?
I'm trying to see where you stand on whiteness and blackness, because there are super black Middle Easterners and North African people, North African, but they would be considered white, even though they're phenotypically black skin, because the case was brought forward to that. Now, did the case say only white skin are North Africans are allowed to be classified as white, or North Africans, even a black skin?
I need you to hear
Answer my question, though.
I need you to hear me.
Answer my question, Santana. When they brought the case of Middle Easterners,
is a social construct that is based off of socially acceptable phenotypes. I'm not trapped in shit. Your question doesn't matter because it's not about whether they did or did not win a case. Now, they did fight to be recognized.
Presented. I said presented, never win. What I'm telling you is, if a middle, because right here is categorized. I said in the census, the white person is considered European, Middle Eastern, or North African origins. These people range in skin tone, but they're...
I'm muting you for a second, brother. We're going to take a quick second for a reset because I don't know what the fuck is happening, but it's fine. I'm going to thank a couple of people. I need you to lock in. I need you to lock in, and I need us to really get this shit together, because at this point, I don't know what the fuck you think is happening, but this shit is getting super ridiculous, brother. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes to thank a few people. After I finish thanking some people, I want you to come back. I want you to stop being disingenuous, and I want you to lock the fuck in. All right? We're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Guys, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Kat for the $2 super chat. Yeah, no, the Bible has absolutely been used to justify keeping women out of leadership. Absolutely. And W's in the chat for Eddie for the $5 Aussie to say the Proud Boys, a white supremacist group, is led by an Afro-Caribbean man called Nick Cortero. Tell me again how Latinos isn't being absorbed into whiteness. Fucking facts. Over on Twitch, W's in the chat over on Twitch for, let's see here. Hold on. Cool Cat. First and foremost, with the say it with your chest. W's in the chat for Cool Cat with the say it with your chest. W's in the chat for Trunks for the Sparring with Santana. W's in the chat for Cool Cat with another say it with your chest. Over on the pay links. W's in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation. Yeah, it's gonna be shiggles all day, Manders. I know for a fact. That's what we're dealing with. W's in the chat for Fashid for the $2 donation. Yeah, she can. Fashid, if she would send a stop and desist and they don't stop, then she could absolutely sue them. But that has to happen first. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $2 donation. Yeah, and you know what's fucked though is he doesn't have to. He's smarter than that, but he's playing the fool. Literally, that's what he's doing.
You're manipulating me. W's in the you're smarter than that. I think that's.
W's in the chat for Lander for the $2 super chat to say, yeah, Lander, they only want to control women. Lavender, not Lander. Sorry, Lavender. They only want to control women's bodies. That's what it's about. That's what they care about. That's all that this is. It's not about any of the other stuff. It's just about control over women. W's in the chat for all the donos. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.3 thousand people hanging out over on TikTok. Keep tapping the screen. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notification. Knock out the daily gift goal. It's the little finger hearts. Last but not least, only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Brother, I'm going to give you the floor. I'll give you this, and I would love to move forward with this conversation because for some reason it feels like either you're trying to be willfully ignorant or you're trying to be pedantic without dealing with the issue. And so I'll say this one more time. Race is a social construct that was created for the othering of non-white people. It's based off of socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics, and it is still persistent today. There's been maintenance and structuring of race. That's why multiple groups have been absorbed into different races. And where we are today is there are 5 categories that are accepted as the 5 racial categorizations.
Cool. I Googled it. I'm on census.gov. Do you need me to turn my camera on right now? All right. On census.gov, the standard categories are the 5 that you brought up: white, Black or African American, Asian, American Indian or Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. The top category, white, includes Europeans, Middle Eastern, and or of North African origins. These people range in skin color and phenotype and are of the Middle East. Do they categorize themselves as white?
Depends on their phenotype.
Their phenotype is black skin with European forehead, nose, mouth, chin, cheek size. They have a European face with black skin.
Nope, it depends on their phenotype.
I just literally gave you the hypothetical where they're black skin.
No, you giving me a hypothetical does not mean that they are still going to be classified
Are they black?
as white.
So they're black to you. So what you're saying?
No, it depends on their phenotype. They can be from Egypt. They can be from Morocco. They can be from one of those northern areas.
Right.
They can be from Iraq. They can be from like any of those northern areas, and it's going to depend on their phenotypes. So
and I'm giving
you so sitting here and telling me
in scenario. Hold on, Santana. Hold on a second. You're sweating. What I'm telling you is I'm giving you a specific hypothetical where they have black skin and they have a skinny nose, little eyes, European phenotype features, because phenotype is not just skin color, bro. They have little ears. You get what I mean? Or whatever white people have. They have just a white face with black skin. I'm asking you, do they check white or do they check black or African American? That's my question.
Don't worry.
I'll turn on my camera. I'll go to census.gov.
There's no need. I've already given you this information, but some people are visual learners. Don't worry. I got you.
That's so insulting. That's so insulting.
You've been insulting me this entire time by pretending as if you don't know. Like, it's okay.
I'm asking you a legit question, bro. You trapped in the corner.
I'm literally not.
Yo, can I ask you a question? What is your favorite Jay-Z Drake collab? Just real quick. Favorite Jay-Z Drake collab.
Okay. So, brother, I'm going to show you some pictures. All right. And this is going to help you contextualize, right? This is going to actually hopefully get us to where we need to go, because for some reason you are like stuck on, whatever this is that you're trying to do, but it's fine.
I've literally asked you a legit, sincere question, bro.
You didn't.
This person is from the Middle East, which is by census categorized as white. They have black skin and they are phenotypically of European features. Okay. Do they check black or white, bro?
Okay, I got you. Don't worry,
Michael Jackson.
Brother, don't worry. I got you.
Now you're painting a picture. Favorite Drake, Jay-Z collab, bro?
Brother, all right. I'm putting something on the screen, someone on the screen. By what you've learned in your limited amount of time just now, what would this man categorize himself as?
White.
Okay. You said he would categorize himself as white. Okay.
But he could categorize himself as black. He looked like John B.
He couldn't.
Don't listen to what people say.
All right, brother. So now that you've agreed that he would categorize himself as white, I want you to tell me what would this man categorize himself as?
He would categorize himself as white.
No, he would not.
If he's from the same nation,
no, he would not.
He would categorize himself as white.
No, he would not.
Yeah.
Not only would he not categorize himself as white, this is literally someone who categorizes himself as black. Both pictures are men from the exact same area who recognize themselves as two different categorizations of race.
They would not.
They literally do
not categorize themselves by race.
I'm telling you, I'm not saying that, oh, that's what they do there. I'm telling you that these two men specifically categorize themselves.
Nigga would come here and be the most racist to black ever. And he would be like, me no black or hak no black, whatever. For sure. 100%. This nigga would not tell you he black.
Brother.
Man, shut up, bro. You know he won't tell you he black, man. Stop it.
You stop. You played in my face because you said, well, would he be this or would he be that, when you knew what they would be? And so I gave you a specific example. I didn't even give you the example that I normally give people who have a hard time dealing with race, because you're trying to play around with the premise as far as Middle Easterns being absorbed into whiteness. Not all Middle Easterns are absorbed into whiteness. Hey, what's the actual categorization? What does it say on census.gov about black people?
That's what I'm telling you.
What does it say on the census.gov about black people?
Hold on, let me pull it back up. Hold on. Black people, a person having origins in any black racial groups of Africa.
Okay. Where's Egypt located?
In Africa.
Okay. Read what it says about white again, specifically when talking about Middle Eastern
origins. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa.
Got it. So there's categorizations of white people that derive from, hold on one second. There's categorizations of white people that derive from Africa. And then there's categorizations of black people that derive from Africa. Can we agree based off what you just read?
Yeah, but black or African American.
Wait. No. Don't run from it, brother. You just read it.
I'm not running from it.
You just read it.
I'm not running from it.
So if there's categorization of white people that are derived from Africa, but then there's categorizations of white people that are derived from Africa, what's the symmetry breaker?
How they identify.
Nope.
Yep.
You cannot identify as another race. That's not how it works, brother. That's why you can't just walk around and say you're a white man.
What do you mean? They're not. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? First of all, these are all constructs.
Or do you mean self-identify? Do you mean self-identify?
What do you mean self-identify? Don't start with the
be specific stuff. When you say identify. Do you mean what the people saying I identify as this race, or are you saying that people are saying they identify you as this race? Which one?
People, both.
Okay, actually. No, it's not about the individual.
So white skin. Hold on. So white skin.
I'm gonna finish my sentence because you're jumping into a stupid ass question that it's gonna be answered by what I'm saying. I'm going to finish my sentence.
So this nigga is sweating, bro.
Brother, just because you keep saying stupid shit does not mean it's true. So the point that's being made is that the way people are identified is based off of how the world identifies them. It's how you present to the world. So you can't say that I'm white and the world is just going to accept you as being white. That's not how it works. Your phenotype is a socially accepted grouping, and it's how you present to the world. So no matter if this person wanted to say, oh, I'm white, the world would not view him as white. There's definitely a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. But brother, something's telling me that you wouldn't be able to have that conversation.
I would 100%. You don't know what the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality is. Okay? You don't.
Brother, what's your race?
My race is I'm of African descent.
Black or African American. Yep, sure. What is your ethnicity?
So black is not a race. Me no black.
I literally didn't think this was going to be necessary. I like fucking did not think this was going to be necessary.
Black is not a race, though, bro.
Brother, you're making the shit necessary. This is wild. Like this is
wow,
fucking
black
wild.
Is not a race, bro.
You're literally the first person up here, and I did not think that you of all people were going to make this necessary. Like I literally I was.
You're building up suspense, man. What are you about to do?
I really thought that you were going to come in with an argument. I expected you to do more. Right, but it seems like you're not here for good faith debates. And
I am
since you're not here for good faith, now the fate that you have is in the hand of the chat. This is out of my hand. This is out of my hands. This is only reliant on the chat.
Don't leave it in the hands of the chat.
Yes, we will. We will absolutely leave it in the hands of the chat. Chat.
What?
You know how we do it. This is how it goes. Brother now has a bounty on his head, $150.
No, man.
Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Sorry, YouTube. It has to go through the pay links. Brother, the only thing that you have to do is be honest.
Bro, chat.
Do not antagonize the chat and use factual information. That is all you have to do to stay up here. Chat, this is not about the conversation that we've had already leading up to this point. This is about moving from here forward. So if you guys want Brother gone, hit the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Brother, I'm telling you, whether we finish this or not is literally on you.
Economy. Let me finish my conversation with him because they be paying fast. And it's only $150. That's mad low.
All you have to do is
Why you put it so low? They're going to pay that in 5 minutes, bro.
The only thing that's above this is a permaban. Do you want me to increase it to the permaban, brother?
No.
Okay, so this is what it is. Give your argument. The only thing you have to do is don't be disingenuous. Don't antagonize the chat and use factual information. That's all you have to do.
Okay. The earliest traces of humanity are recovered in Africa, the continent. So we know that the original people, even if they popped up out of the water, were put there by aliens, or God made a secret garden and made male and female, whatever you believe, we know that the original origins are in Africa. Okay. So I identified with the original people before they went out and, I don't know if Pangea happened or if it was the separate migration groups that settled in different environments and acclimated to survive. What I'm saying is that our race is African. My race is African. And then I'm mixed with some, Caucasian and some indigenous to create the Dominican and the Puerto Rican and the Cuban.
African is a nationality, not a race.
But
African is a nationality, not a race,
brother. You said that twice. Guys, you said that twice in front of 1,500 people, that Africa is a nationality and not a race. You good?
Is American a race?
Are you good?
Is American a race?
Africa's a continent, buddy.
I'm sorry, you're right. Holy fuck, you got me so fucked up that you're right. Holy shit. It's a continent. Holy fuck.
Are you good?
Yeah, you being so fucking disingenuous. You knew that it wasn't a race. You're right. You're right. That one's on me. I gotta raise my hand on that one. That one's on me. Holy fuck. African is not a race. African is not a race. You can't say that your race is African because African is not a race. Holy shit.
Africa is 100% a race because before Narmer even settled Egypt, we know that there were people settled in that land, regardless what the name of it was. And since we don't have the exact name, we know that we labeled it Africa. So we're going to be Africans.
Hey, brother.
All right.
Brother.
Right. And then the different racial categories exist, between, the
prior to Gomez, Inez, De Zerara, how were people categorized?
Were they even categorized? Because I don't even think slavery was race-based that whole time.
Did you? Oh, I was about okay. I thought you was about to say chattel slavery wasn't race based. Okay, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't. Okay,
Relax,
it wasn't.
relax.
You like that had my ears perked up for a second.
No, I would jump
there
up
was
the same way.
there was absolutely yes, there were absolutely categorizations prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara. How were people categorized prior to that?
Mongolian, Negroid, whatever, Caucasoid.
Yeah, prior to the creation of race, people were categorized on things like their nationality, like their religion. You know, you had Jews and Gentiles, you had Athenians, you had, Greeks, you had, stuff like that. And then since the creation of race, it was actually shifted to those categorizations. So you can sit here and pretend as if, there wasn't an actual moment in time where we shifted away.
So that no race existed, right? Exactly. If they were going by Greek, then they were black Greeks, there were white Greeks, there were brown Greeks.
Yes, right? Brother, yes.
So
like, I don't understand what you think. I literally don't understand what you think that you're doing. Bro? I know. I think that is you, and you don't actually understand what's happening, brother.
That like nobody made the distinction,
brother.
Wow, bro, that was crazy. You do this in front of your. Yo, my God, they only already got $43.
If I'm sitting here telling you that prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara, that people were categorized in other ways, and then after Gomez, Inez de Zurara, people were categorized by race. You sitting here and pretending as if it wasn't a point of time in history where it changed is disingenuous, and you know it.
I'm acknowledging that before that, dude, people were categorized by how you said their nationality, and that included a bunch of different types of people, even in those ancient times.
What does that have to do with the construct of race that we live in today?
Because it doesn't categorize people by their phenotypical skin color as you're trying to point towards your greater point in the census.
You're talking about today?
And I'm the one that's correct. I'm the one that's correct. That the
are you saying that people? Are you saying that people aren't categorized, brother? I need you to give me a direct and specific answer. Are you saying that people are not categorized by the socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics today?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what the fuck I've been saying, brother.
No. What you're trying to say is that these people go ahead and make a separate category when they come to America to identify with some type of phenotype because they fall into a category.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's literally what you. That's literally.
I said.
Like, oh no, they're black.
I said there's been no.
They got categories over there.
I said there's been times within. That's fine. No, because you're trying to mischaracterize. No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm not trying to miscategorize. This is exactly what you're saying, and I'm trying to tell you that they identify more with their religion, and if they would come over here by the definition of census from the Middle East, they wouldn't identify with blackness. They would identify with whiteness, no matter if their skin color is black, because of how they both identify themselves and how people identify them in their nation. When you ask me that question, I'm airtight. I'm airtight.
What I said was that the groups such as Irish people and Italian people, when they first came to the United States of America, were not categorized as white. And the categorization of them were changed to be white, right? That's what I said. So even if you want to talk about Irish people and you want to talk about Italian people.
You restarted the conversation because you're nervous.
No.
Wipe your face, bro. You've been sweating for a long time. So dim the light.
Brother, first and foremost, again, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Just because you say stupid shit doesn't make it true. Second of all, stop trying to categorize my argument, because the argument that I made was that when Irish people came to the US, they were not categorized as white, and they were then absorbed into whiteness. When Italian people came to the US, they were not categorized as white, and then they were absorbed into whiteness. You're trying to pretend as if I said that every single different group that comes here
changes. And then what did I ask you? Remember what I asked you? I asked, are Nigerians going to get absorbed into whiteness?
You act like I said that every single category, every single group that comes here automatically gets to change their categorization. And that's not what I said.
You're going to see that.
Now, the point that I'm going to make, and I'm going to finish what I was saying, brother, is Irish people were actually absorbed into whiteness in the mid 19th century, right? That's when they were then categorized as white. Italian people were integrated into whiteness in the mid 20th century. As
you claim, as white supremacy sees fit, right? At what point will white supremacy see fit to absorb Nigerians into whiteness? If there is a category where they can go to.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly. No? I can tell you when exactly. You want to know exactly when they're going to do it, brother?
No. I want you to speculate because, of course, you can't. Don't do that.
Spec these nuts in your mouth, brother. I told you it wasn't up to me. It was up to the chat. And I just looked back over after trying to read off this information. I clicked right back over. I haven't even added it up, but I saw one donation from Penny. W's in the chat for Penny for the $150 donation says, send brother ass back to Trumpville. W's in the chat for Penny for the $150 donation. Not fucking septic tank, get up here. I just muted you. You said host ran way too hard. How the fuck could I run when he got kicked with a bounty that he knew of? Fuck out of here. Anyway, W's in the chat for Penny for the $150 donation to close this out. There's a bunch of other people that added to it, but I looked up and I saw Penny with the 150 and Penny said, fuck this guy, I'm out, and was gone. Gone. W's in the chat for Penny. Holy shit. Like, what the fuck are we doing? That was so disingenuous. That was so disingenuous. But it's fine. It's fine. We're going to keep things moving. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hey, Hawaiian Bear over on YouTube. I didn't realize that you didn't have your mod status. You're good now. You're fully modded over on YouTube as well. I'm gonna say thank you in a moment, but we're gonna get some more debates in here, guys. I see a couple of different people in the box. Please remember, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, make sure that you are knocking out the daily gift goal. Right now, it's the High Bears. It's the High Bears. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Oh, I'm so glad. W's in the chat. I'm so glad that you dropped. Every time I see a black woman in here coming up to debate, I'm like, no, it just hurts my heart. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Absolutely.
You good, Rebecca?
Greetings.
I'm sorry?
Greetings, my fellow mustache people. How are you?
Greetings. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Trump supporter, disagree, or a combination?
I disagree that...
Why are people in the chat saying not this guy? Are you, do you suck around this app? Apparently people don't like you. Holy smokes.
They're crybabies. There's a lot of crybabies on this app. It's mostly rats. 80%, rats. So yeah, okay. they're going to cry.
Okay. Well, I haven't met you and you haven't done anything for me to, think that you are what they're saying. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Appreciate that. We'll go there. Can you give me just a few moments to thank a couple of people and then I'll give you the floor?
Sure, shoot.
Perfect. Thank you. We're just going to say a couple of thank yous and then give them the floor that way. And then we'll sprinkle some more of the thank yous in. That way we can continue to actually move the live forward. W's in chat for Holly for the $5 said, how much to permaban or at least dad bod vacation? Yeah. I don't know. We'll talk about that because, like, I wouldn't want to permaban Bretta, not as of right now. Like, but I wouldn't mind giving him a dad bod type vacation. But we'll talk about it. Let's hold off though. Dubs in chat for Holly. Thank you for the 5. Dubs in chat for Deanna for the $5 donation, saying he's allergic to accountability. Absolutely. Dubs in chat for Christine for the 5 for the kick fund. Dubs in chat for Kayla for the 3 for the kick fund. Yes, he is absolute. Lady Ram. Dubs in chat for Lady Ram. Dubs in chat for Deanna for the additional 10 that said that he was arrogant and disingenuous. Facts. Dubs in chat for Hannah for the $5 donation, saying North America, South America races are just dropped apparently. Exactly. Just dropped. Just fucking drop. W's in the chat for Deanna for the $5 donation, saying bad faith arguments, fucking facts. W's in the chat for D Graham for the $25 donation, said brother gotta go. Love you. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Amber for the 5, said kick fun. Just recently started watching. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Kenneth for the 5, kick him. W's in the chat for Valerie for the 5, said why is brother playing in our face? That's all he fucking does. And W's in the chat for Huckleberry. Huckleberry sent $55. And I'm assuming this was for the kick, but I think this came in after the kick. I don't know, but Dub's in the chat for Huckleberry. And also, I just want to say one more time, Dub's in the chat for Penny. We're all caught up. Dub's in the chat for all the donos. Actually, we were able to get through all of them. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. JP over on YouTube says Santana wants that Bretta redemption arc. You're not wrong. All right. Floor is yours. And do you want to tell me why today, July 26, 2026, you still support Donald Jimothy Trump, or is there something specific on the background that you would like to start with?
That's a good one. I like that one. Absolutely. There's facilities being built, thousands of plants right now as we speak being built, which is in turn going to fix the economy and bring fathers back to the home. Father absence is our biggest problem, not racism. I would argue without CW.
Wait. I just want to stop you because I'm not understanding what you're saying. Can you said that's a good one. Then you said there's camps being built. And then you said that will bring fathers back to the home. No. I didn't say anything about why did you. No. I didn't say anything about why'd you vote for Trump. I don't care why you voted for Trump. Yeah.
What you said?
I said, why today, July 26, 2026, do you still support Donald Trump? I don't care about why you voted.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant to say support. I support him because of the plants that are being built that I voted for twice. I voted twice, not the second time. I thought he was going to win again.
Can you be a little bit more specific about the plants?
Facilities, yeah, look it up. It's even facilities for AI training and everything being built right now. So
AI training, okay.
The beautiful bill as well. Plus men and women's bathroom. We can go on.
Do you mean the AI data center? Just to be.
Hey, I'm talking. I'm not talking. Again, I mean, I don't understand.
Hey,
I can't talk.
I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. I don't want you to go too far, and then I don't understand what you're saying.
Support Trump.
Can you stop for a second? You said the AI plants. Do you mean the AI data centers? Is that what you're talking about? I'm taking notes.
No, I'm talking about facility academies that are being built to train. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
And plus also the plants. So what I voted for, Santana, is real simple. Let's bring the men back to the home. The black man's the only hope for the black community. Crying about racism, we've been doing that for decades, and it's not going to work. Only a CW, which is a civil war, will stop racism. This is a fact. And many scholars have agreed with me. You can have a talk with Liv and what's the other guy? Because he be on here a lot, monologuing, and, he's like a history teacher. I call him Professor Liv, right? Because, you want to learn your history, right? But history is not repeating itself. I would argue that social media is exposing the truth, and we don't listen to CNN anymore. And we don't believe that racism without a CW will stop. We got to focus on the economy. Black fathers can't support for their children. Black women are the biggest threat to the black community. We need to bring them back to the kitchen where they belong. Let's talk about it.
You gonna stop that? Like, I don't know who you are. And apparently you've never been on my live. I don't care. I'm muting you because I'm going to say this and I want to be fair to you. I want to be very fair to you. I'm willing to deal with a lot of stuff. I'm willing to engage in debates, and I'm willing to have whatever conversation is necessary to be had. But the thing that I will not deal with is misogynoir. I will not deal with disrespecting women. I will not deal. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. I muted you. This is the only time that I'm going to mute you because I want you to hear me. And I want to be fair to you. I want to be fair to you and let you know where my boundaries are. So if you are going to try to lean into any of the phobias, if you're going to try to lean into misogynoir, if you're going to try to bash the queer community, the trans community, if you plan on doing any of those things, I'm telling you, I don't do those things. I don't know if this is the first time you've ever seen me or whatever, but I have very clear and firm boundaries. And so I'm giving you a fair warning. Don't disrespect women. Definitely don't disrespect Black women. Don't bash trans people or the queer community. And we can talk about whatever else that you want. Now, the things that I've noted that's actually of substance and not meta so far is you said that there's plants being built, specifically AI academies. You said that there's an initiative to get Black men back in the homes. And you said there's a focus on the economy. Are there any other items that I need to note that you or note that for the reason why you still support Trump today?
Yeah, well, I wasn't bashing. It was actually
I don't care about that. I'm not interested in actual explanation. I would like for you to answer my question so we can get to the debate.
I'm not explaining anything. I'm trying to finish my point that I was making, and you thought I was bashing.
I would like you to finish telling me about the thing so we can get to the debate.
Okay, over 90%. All right, every single job that moves society forward. Okay, you can look it up. Is worked by a man. So this is why I said, if these jobs, women can't work them, where do women belong?
You're now monologuing, and maybe you don't understand my question.
Do you want to look it up?
You're now monologuing. Hey, impulse control.
No,
be an adult. Stop it. Like, you're trying to crash out, and I don't have interest in that. I don't want to call you names. I have no interest in any of that. This is me muting you. Please be an adult and stop. If you cannot engage as an adult, then I'm going to kick you and move on to someone that can. I brought you up for a good faith debate. If you're looking to be some type of entertainment, or you think that I'm interested in like the back and forth screaming and calling, I don't want to do that. I just want to debate. So the question I have, stop it. The question I have is, you gave me 3 reasons so far that you still support Donald Trump. Number 1 is the building of plants and AI academies. Number 2, you said that he's going to help get Black men back in the homes. And number 3, you said the focus on the economy. Are there any other items that still lead you to support Donald Trump today?
The babies changing, children changing their genders, number 1. And number 2 is women in men's bathroom. I mean, yeah, men and women's bathroom. That, within itself is the number 1 reason why I voted for Trump, and many also did.
Okay, that's fine. All right, perfect. So again, you keep saying why you voted for Trump, and I've said this over and over and over. I don't give a shit about why you voted for Trump. It's 2026. Let's talk about, you gave me a couple of different things. The first thing I want to talk about is the focus on the economy. What is Donald Trump doing today? What has he done today to actually improve the economy versus where it was when Joseph Robinette Biden was in office?
Today, at this point, is irrelevant, because I would argue that it would take longer, enough, at least a year, maybe more than a year, a couple of years, or even a whole full 4 terms, 4 years to generate high-paying jobs. Because I don't support raising wages. I support creating high-paying jobs and deporting illegals. That's another reason why I voted for Trump, because they're taking our jobs. I don't care about the additional meta.
I don't care about the additional meta. I said, what has Donald Trump done to improve the economy? And so is your answer
he's deporting. He's deporting.
Okay. Tell me how mass deportation positively impacts the economy.
Because they work for slave wages. I'm an electrician. I'm out there in construction. I've been for a long time, and I see it. All right, that's the problem in the black. Why they stick them in black communities? Why they don't put them in white communities?
I need you to like specifically lock in
slave the
wages, question that I have. Okay, you slave quote unquote wages. Slave wages. All right, perfect. Yeah, so wages. Tell me specifically what mass deportation does to quote unquote fix wages. How does mass deportation get the federal minimum wage increased?
Because this is not about the minimum. I just told you that this ain't about the minimum wage. Minimum wage, the states that do the best don't work for minimum wage. We don't give a fuck about minimum wage. We give a fuck about the good paying jobs that illegal immigrants are taking.
Can you name one of the quote unquote
about minimum wage?
Hey, I need you to stop yelling, and I need you to listen to. Man. Hey, I don't want to mute you. Stop it. Can you name a quote unquote good paying job that is being taken by undocumented immigrants? Just name one.
I can name a few, but just construction, period.
So construction is a quote unquote good paying job that's being taken by undocumented immigrants.
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking just general construction, right?
Yeah, electricians, plumbers, carpenters.
No. Those are specialties. Those are specialties.
No, I'm talking about those type of jobs. What type of
so you're talking about specialties then. You're not talking about general
jobs. It's construction. What do you mean specialties? It's construction.
So I'm going to say this. Just
construction.
BG, just so you understand. I don't know who you may think that you are talking to or not talking to, but I actually have an extensive.
A rat. I'm talking to a liberal rat. That's what I'm talking to. A man that supports whacking black babies.
You have one more time to enter. Hey. Listen. The thing that you desire right now is to be heard, right? Your desire is to be heard. And I've said this multiple times. I don't want to actually yell over you. I'm not interested in calling names. If you are interested in showing your ass, then go to one of those other lives and tap dance in front of 50 people, or you can lock in and actually fucking debate me. Like, again, I don't know who you are or what you're about, but what I'm saying is if you want to actually debate, then I want to debate you. But if the only thing that you have to offer is selling out, tap dancing, and calling names, I have no interest in this. This is my last chance. I'm sorry, this is last time I'm going to give you a chance. I would really like to get to the debate. Now, the question I have, you said construction workers, and then you shifted from construction workers to electricians. Now, that's a specialty job. The reason why I said, I don't know if you know who I am, it's because I have an extensive background in a few different things. Specifically, I work for a Fortune 50 company where I had to work with businesses that were being built. I had workers, and I know the ins and outs as far as building a construction from ground up and what it takes. And so when you talk about construction workers versus electricians, those are two separate categories, because anyone can do construction, but you have to be licensed to be an electrician. So an electrician wouldn't be a normal construction worker.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you, that's horseshit. There's illegal electricians, illegal immigrants working electricians. So I don't know what state you're at, or if you're from America.
Prove it.
But we have illegal immigrants.
Prove it. Give me proof that undocumented immigrants are being taking the positions of licensed electrician.
They work under a licensed immigrant.
No. When I say prove it, when I say prove it, that means give me a source that verifies that.
So it's all right. No, it's okay. It's illegal. They're undocumented.
I need you to give me a source
that doesn't exist.
I need you to give me a source. You made a claim.
Don't exist.
You made a claim.
Don't exist.
You made a claim.
He's illegal. He's illegal.
Listen. You made a claim. Hey, loudmouth. You made a claim. And so the way that we substantiate claims here is with sources. If you don't have a source, then it's Hitchum's razor. Do you know what Hitchum's razor is?
It means you're low IQ and you're lost in the sauce.
So you don't know what Hitchum's razor is. Fine, I'll tell you. Hitchum's razor means claims introduced without evidence can be dismissed without cause. So the fact is that if you don't have proof, then I don't care about your claim. So I want to be very specific. Do you have proof of undocumented immigrants taking the jobs of certified electricians, or are we going to just take that claim and toss it in the trash?
All right. Can we work as an electrician without a license? Can you work in an electrical field without a license? Yes or no?
There's different aspects as far as working in the electrical field, and there's different levels of certifications, blah, blah, blah. The question that I have in the claim that you specifically made was the undocumented immigrants were taking the jobs of certified electricians. You said high paying jobs, good paying jobs, and certified electricians is a specialty. I need proof that undocumented immigrants are taking those certified electrician positions, or we're going to dismiss that. And I would like to look at construction workers like you originally said.
No, absolutely. You are right. First of all, I meant to say a specialty, like you said, because to me, it's the same shit, but you want to separate it. But an electrician works in construction. Now, you want to tell me that this is a licensed electrician. You are correct. They are not licensed electricians. They are working under Santana, a licensed electrician. So that immigrant that's licensed, let me finish. That immigrant that's licensed. Can you
give me proof?
Let me finish.
I don't care about your cool story.
You cannot prove illegal immigrants.
You can prove undocumented immigrants because they pay taxes, and that's how we know who they are, where they work, and how it goes. So the question that I have, BG, is do you have proof of certified electricians' jobs being taken by undocumented immigrants? I don't care about your cool ass stories. No, I don't care about your cool stories. No, I know. Keep crying, Snowflake. Keep crying. You've been crashing out and crying this entire time. I don't care. I don't play the same stupid ass games that other people play. Again, I made it very clear when you got here, I believe in empirics. I believe in data. I believe in evidence. I believe in facts. Anything else is meta. Everything else is your feelings. And I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Guess what? You are a coward. You're a crash out little baby and you provide nothing. Nothing. Listen. It's fine. At this point, you bring nothing. Go scream into the wind. I don't need you here. I literally do not need you. If you cannot render an argument, shout out to Jeff, then I don't care. I'm telling you guys, they got me fucked up. They go around TikTok all day, run around TikTok all day. No, you said my bad. I don't care. No, there's no my bad. There's literally no my bad. Like you can't actually have a debate and a conversation. Like there's nothing here for us. Like there's literally nothing here for us. I gave you an opportunity to be heard. I don't want to hear from you anymore because you can't actually lock the fuck in. I told you I have boundaries. I don't do the weird shit that other TikTok lives do. You have me confused. Go find one of the lives where there's 50 people watching and they're all just crashing out at the same time. I have no interest in that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, you want to debate me, you do not have to leave where you are. All you have to do is click that link in the pinned message and you can get up here. W's in the chat for Gordy. Gordy sent a $15 donation, said just an appreciation, don't know. W's in the chat, Gordy. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Sunlit Angel for the $5 donation, saying BG is a big waste of your time. Fuck off, BG. Yeah, no, that was interesting. I told him I would give him the benefit of the doubt from the start, and you know, he proved you guys to be right. W's in the chat for Ari. First and foremost, W's in chat for Ari for the $1 donation. But Ari, you could have just sent me a message. But Ari said, "But the five of us." Like, oh, there was so much I wanted to talk about as well. But like, he just he couldn't keep it together. Anyway, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Juliana, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hi, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. My cat like stepped on my thing and offered me up. I watch her lives all the time.
All
Total
good.
complete accident. I did
No
not
worries.
notice. It is my fault.
No worries. Shout out to you and your cat. Have a good day.
I don't know how to get down here.
I got
I'm
you.
so sorry.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Guys, again, please don't be weird. I am not interested in the weird stuff. I just want to debate. Hi, Gerald. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the second prompt, I think. Is it saying that Democrats should let up Democratic Socialists into their party?
No, I'm saying that Democratic Socialists are winning. They're up. The Republican Party as a whole and establishment Democrats are terrified of Democratic Socialists.
I mean, I would partly agree with you, and I would think there's a good reason for it.
Okay, but I'm not looking for someone that partly agrees. I'm looking for someone that disagrees. So do you disagree with anything on the background, or are you a Trump supporter? I'm sorry?
I disagree that we should let Democrat Socialists into the Democratic Party.
I don't care. That's not what was said. It's saying that they're up, meaning that they're winning, which is happening across the country. They have higher favorabilities. And so
you just want your
Republicans
Democratic
and
Party
moderate
to get takeover.
Would you like for me to actually finish my sentence, or did you just want to start talking when you hear me speaking?
It's okay. You're a traitor to the Democratic Party, dude. It's okay.
Again, would you like for me to finish speaking, or did you want to just start speaking whenever I'm talking?
Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
Tell your audience.
So the prompt is for people who disagree with the statement that Democratic Socialists are winning and Republicans and moderate Democrats are scared of them. So the question I have is, do you agree that Democratic Socialists are winning and moderate Democrats and Republicans are scared of them, or do you disagree with that statement?
Okay, I mean, I don't disagree with that statement, but
that's fine then. Is there any of the points on the background
that they're not?
Are there any points on the background that you disagree with, or are you a Trump supporter?
I guess I disagree that capitalism doesn't compare to socialism. Okay. If you want to explain more how that's a different statement than what you mean, go ahead.
Sure. The reason why I say that capitalism doesn't compare to socialism is because capitalism is an absolute failure within our country. Throughout the history of the world, it's been something that has been used to only coalesce power in the hands of the small few while disenfranchising the majority. If you take a look at what we are doing here in the United States of America, we are the richest country on earth with the highest GDP, yet we have the largest wealth gap in the world. We're the only one of the G7 countries that has an actual, God damn it, what is it called? The life categorization, basically the quality of life. God damn it, that's what I was looking for. We have a negative trend for the quality of life. all at the same time, that understanding that there's a difference between like governments that uphold social safety nets and social policies, socialism, how everyday people understand it, in the true form of socialism, which runs in line with communism, that would be the preferable stance for all Americans. So my point is that capitalism does nothing but hurt everyday Americans, and if we shifted towards socialism, then it would benefit the majority of Americans.
Just to make sure I heard that right, you said that the preferred way of socialism that you want would be more close to communism.
Socialism, what socialism actually is, runs in parallel to communism, and I think that while I'm not a communist, I think that communism would be the best form of living for all Americans.
That's insane. Well, so do you think as a country in America right now, we're living as laissez-faire capitalists?
This seems like kind of a Q&A, and I've given you more explanation about why I said that capitalism doesn't compare to socialism.
Well, we're not living under a capitalist country right now. Are we in a fully free market, or are we in a mixed economy, Santana?
Are there different forms of capitalism?
Yes, but when people say they're scared of traditional capitalism, they're talking about pre-market.
If I wanted to say traditional, I would have said it. If I wanted to say laissez-faire, if I wanted to call out a specific categorization, no. If I wanted to call out a specific categorization of capitalism, I would have done so. The reason why I'm not calling out a specific categorization of capitalism is because all of capitalism is a failure, and socialism is better than all forms of capitalism. And specifically, we're talking about the current form of capitalism that we live under within the United States of America. We talk about not just the economic theory, but the praxis of how that works in our society today. FYI, if you cannot deal with praxis, you're not going to be able to do well in this, because I don't care about just theory. I care about how the quote unquote theory is affecting everyday Americans.
I mean, yeah, you can say you care about how the theory affects Americans, but you're not caring, because you're just being vague. You're being vague when you're like, we live in a capitalist society, but then you don't tell people what kind of capitalism it is, because when people hear that, they automatically are thinking you're talking about regular free market capitalism. And we already have so many social nets that we could democratically just add more. So why would we need to change the whole structure to where the workers and the government take consolidation of the power and, manage all of the wealth, to where the power vacuums would be so strong that the government would take control of all the people, which usually happens, and then will usually lead to communism almost every time in a socialist country. And that's the fear that people have, is that you guys are getting taken over by democratic socialists. And you're
starting to spin off to the meta. I sat quietly while you were actually dealing directly with what I said. You running to something else has nothing to do with the debate. Can you please remind me what I said about socialism and communism?
I mean, you said it would be the best off for American citizens.
What did I say about the two?
Specifically, what'd you say about the two? I mean, yes. I remember you said socialism.
I said socialism. What socialism actually is runs parallel with communism. So you sitting here saying, one second, you sitting here saying, oh, it's going to lead to communism based. But the question I have, because now you're fear mongering, because it sounds like you're speaking from an authoritarian lens, like a dictatorial lens. So just a basic understanding, not even what it really is, but just your basic understanding. What's communism?
Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society.
Okay, so perfect. You absolutely have the basic level of understanding of communism. So now the question I have is, if you have a basic level of communism, which is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, how then can the power be coalesced within a government and it be communist if communism lacks government?
You think communism lacks government?
What does a stateless society mean?
You know, in communism,
can you answer the question directly?
Society, the state has to be in total control. Where
can you answer the question directly? What does it mean to have a stateless society?
It means there's no provinces or borders within the country. Like stateless, like I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, but I would kind of think it's like with classless, like almost the same. I don't know.
Stateless society
what exactly
includes the government structure. That means there's no government structure.
Okay.
The actual...
Well, there is in communism.
There's not. You even said it yourself when giving your basic understanding. Don't run from the words you said. You can't say that communism is a moneyless, classless, stateless society. And then after I explain to you what stateless is, after you acknowledge that that's what communism is, then try to run to your safe space and say, well, there is a government. You've already admitted out of your own words that it was a stateless society. Too bad for you that you didn't understand the words that were coming out of your mouth.
You're right. There's no power vacuums in communism, right, Santana? Right? Am I just an idiot? There's no power vacuums?
You are absolutely an idiot. You are.
There's no power vacuums in communism?
You're absolutely an idiot because, again...
Okay, so how is power consolidated in communism?
Power is not consolidated. The power is spread through the proletariat, you donut.
Okay, so how did the Bolsheviks, you know who I'm talking about? How did Lenin and his group take control then?
Okay.
They consolidated power and took control as the proletariat over the government, and then stayed in control as maybe they weren't an actual government agency, but they were basically, you know, an army of people. And that there's always a consolidation of power under communism, and it creates a power vacuum, and they give their people bread and have state-sponsored grocery stores. It's terrible.
That's literally not what communism is. The one thing I will concede to, right, is there's an understanding of multiple attempts of communist and socialist societies. There's also been weaponization of the terms communist and socialist. And there's also been the actual stopping of communist and socialist societies by the United States government. So pretending as if we, who have lived through different forms of all of those things, would not have the ability to look back at the downfalls of the mistakes that have been made and to optimize it to what it's supposed to be, is disingenuous. The form of communism that I lean on is not from your understanding, but it's from the actual true form of communism that is derived from indigenous people that were on Turtle Island. The sharing of land, the sharing of resources, the sharing of, you know, power or access or any of those things, the actual sharing to make sure that everyone has what they need and to ensure that all basic needs are met, and that no one has the ability to hoard resources or power. Resources or power. That's what we're talking about. You don't have a full understanding, and you keep trying to run from the overarching point. We haven't No, we were originally talking about capitalism, and you've already ran all the way to communism. I would like for us to, yes, it says socialism. And the reason why I brought that back up is because you started making erroneous statements. So I want you to go all the way back, and I want you to lock in and focus. When talking about capitalism, Tell me how capitalism benefits everyday Americans. I told you that we need praxis. How does capitalism benefit everyday Americans?
I think it's just it benefits them by providing them a dream and motivation. I mean, I think it's just innate in human nature to kind of act like capitalists. I mean, in most societies, they started out capitalist. Yes, there's bad things that happen. Well, if you look at in the Greek societies, they started out capitalist until power was consolidated, and then the republic took control.
That's not true. You're fucking
lying.
Yes,
it is. That's why Julius Caesar literally killed
not
the
true.
Republic.
They didn't start off capitalists. You're saying they started off capitalists. That's absolutely not true.
They had a free market in Greece. Yes, they did. That's why people got super rich.
I'm not saying that the society did not shift towards capitalism. I'm saying they did not start off capitalistic. You said they started there. I'm saying that's not true.
Well, that was pretty much the start of Greece, dude. That was way before they
that
had
was not.
Augustus
Stop
and
making shit up. Stop making shit up to fit a narrative. I would like for you to tell me again, how does capitalism benefit everyday Americans?
I mean, I said, and you didn't respond. I said, I think it's innate that it gives humans motivation to work and to make money for their labor. I mean, I think that's a good trade-off for labor. I think people would be pretty pissed if they were given, food vouchers or UBI checks.
Okay.
I know I'm pretty sure you're in favor of that, right?
Sure. 1 second. No, fuck all that. Sean, you got a lot to say in the comment section, but you're not in the request and you're not up here. I sent you. No. Don't deny the request. If you're going to be popping big shit in the comment section, then you got to get up here and say it with your chest. I've already muted you. You must not know I don't do thumb thugs and I don't do keyboard warriors. Damn right. It's my way or the highway. So either you're going to get up here and get in the box or you're going to hate from outside of the club. I don't care which one. You said it's my way or the highway. Tell me how it's my way or the highway if someone is saying something that's wrong.
Because I watch your lives constantly, bro, right? And I'm not saying you're a dumb person, other people, but anytime somebody tries to prove something to you, right? You kick them, bro. You always say, debate me, prove me wrong. But anytime
can you give me a specific example of someone giving me, can you give me an example of someone giving me specific proof and I kicked them?
No, but what I'm saying is it's your proof is only the proof that is right.
No,
you never say, okay, you're right, bro.
No. Wait, what is proof? Is proof a story?
Hey, just like when your friend Noah came on and told you that using communists as a stateless blah, blah, blah,
story
was not a right thing, and you still use it, bro.
Yes. And why do I still use it?
And he even proved to you that is a bad analogy, bro.
I don't give a fuck about the quote unquote bad analogy. Why do I use the term stateless, classless, moneyless society?
That's a bad analogy. Your friend Noah.
Hey, I need you to lock the fuck in. Shut up. Why do I use stateless, classless, moneyless society? Why? Why do I use that? Send your request to unmute.
Are you asking me or Sean?
No, I'm still talking to the other guy. Give me a second. Sean, accept that request to unmute. Why do I use the definition of stateless, moneyless, classless society?
I don't know. Explain it to me.
The reason why I use the stateless, moneyless, classless society is because most people that are coming up here to debate don't know what communism is. So if I give more intricate details, if I speak to the true intentions and evolving nature, depending on what's needed for the proletariat, they're not going to understand that. But you know what they have heard, you know where we can use as a middle ground to start from and go from there.
What's that?
Moneyless, classless, stateless society. Just like this guy down here, I said, what's communism? He said, moneyless, classless, stateless society. Now, he might not have known what stateless meant, which I went from there, but at the very least, he knew that it was a moneyless, classless, stateless society. So just because Noah came up here and said, oh, it's a bad representation of communism. Well, that's because Noah's a communist. That's because Noah's well-read. And that's because Noah's smarter than the other people that are coming up here on the panel. And while I understand why Noah said that, and I even agree with what Noah said, I'm not debating Noah. And I'm not debating anyone that knows as much about communism as Noah. So I'm not going to talk to someone as if they are a PhD candidate when they're still in elementary school. Do you understand that?
But how do you know that? What I'm saying though is I literally
said, I said, what's communism?
I see when people start
if I say what's communism and someone gives
right?
me stateless, classless, moneyless society, if you think if they actually had the deeper understanding that they would just parrot that?
Well, why don't you come up with a better analogy and then say, hey, this is exactly
the question I have. The question I have is if I say, you said, how do I know that? I said, if I give the person the floor to tell me what communism is, and they say that it's a stateless, moneyless, classless society.
Do
they have a more of an understanding?
Multiple times you say that though. It's more than just this guy, bro.
Okay. The point being, and you can cry about it. I literally don't. No. Don't run. Don't fucking run because you said it's my way or the highway. No, it's not my way or the highway because if they could give me a better, information about what communism. Hey! Shut up. If people had a better example, or if they had more detailed information, I would accept it and I would work from where they are. But if they give me just a definition, then I'm going to work from the definition. That's not it being my way or the highway. That's literally me not trying to talk over people's heads when I know they don't know stuff. Now, I really want you to focus because I don't give a fuck about what you think about the way that I engage with people when it comes to engaging, whether or not I use that term. You said it's my way or the highway, and I kick people who try to present information. Can you give me one time that I've ever kicked someone who is given factual information, not analogies, not hypotheticals, not cool stories, but actual empirical data?
But that's what I'm getting at. And that's my whole point, bro, is the only facts you care about are the ones you think you know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
how many times do I pull up facts and put something on the screen? I tell people all the time, what's your source? We're going to pull it up and put it on the screen and look at it. Do I not say that? Do I not specifically tell people all the time, give me, and so, okay, so how is that me knowing something if I'm 100%, how is that me knowing something? How is that me knowing something if I say, give me your source, we'll put it on the screen and go through it together?
But there's, what I'm saying is there's certain times when you're like, well, no, like the dude was saying about whole Greece. You don't know. How do you know, bro? Everybody knows that was a free society, bro.
He didn't say it was a free society, you donut. He said it started. He said it started as a capitalist society. There's never been a society that started as a capitalist society because there's different forms of society, from communal living to feudalism to capitalism. There's different forms of society. And they originate, and then there can be societies that are parallel at the same time, but there's no society that started as a capitalistic society. That's the point.
Okay.
Unless you have one that we can verify. If you got verifiable proof of a society that started capitalistic, I'm willing to look at it.
Yeah, I don't have nothing right now, but.
And just to be clear, there's a difference between nations and societies. He said societies.
Okay.
Can you go back to my original question, which is, can you give me a time that someone gave me empirical data and I kicked them after they gave me empirical data?
Yeah, I never.
Sorry, you cut out.
You guys were talking about the whole race thing and Greeks and all this other shit.
You're breaking up.
And the first thing you did, bro, when you started saying stuff to her. Now I'm not saying that he was absolutely right.
Sean,
you started calling them names.
Sean, you were breaking up. We missed a large part of what you were saying. Can you please start over? You were breaking up.
Can you hear me now? What I was saying is earlier, the guy was talking to you about the whole race thing and Greeks and all this other stuff, whatever the case may be, right? And because you didn't like what he was saying, you kicked him off, started calling him names, derogatory words, and blah, 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 and all this other nonsense, bro.
Who?
That's what I'm saying.
Who?
I can't remember his name. It's like B something.
Bretta?
Whatever. But it was a...
Are you talking about Bretta?
Whatever.
No, I didn't kick him off because I didn't like what he was saying. Why did Bretta get kicked?
What did you kick him off for then?
Oh, so you just don't know shit and you're coming in here with your feelings.
No, I'm saying, then what'd you kick him off for then?
Oh, no. You made an assumption. You made an assumption. So do you know why Bretta got kicked?
Call people names and
do you know why Bretta got kicked?
Talking about you ain't no keyboard warrior.
Sean.
You sure do like to run your mouth a lot.
Sean. Yeah, it's my fucking job to run my mouth, you donut. That's why I'm live. Now, can you tell me why did Bretta get kicked?
I'm asking, tell me. I obviously don't know, so tell me.
Obviously you don't. So how can you come up and make an assumption?
To me then, bro.
How can you come up and make an assumption on something if you don't know?
No, I'm asking you. I obviously don't know, so explain it to me.
I'll be generous. I will explain it to you.
There you go. Okay, let's hear it.
So Bretta was on the live for, let's see, exactly 1 hour, 12 minutes and 40 seconds. So first and foremost, that's not kicking someone because I don't want to hear what they have to say, because you don't talk to someone for over an hour if you don't want to hear what they have to say. Bretta, someone that I've spoken with multiple times, decided to be disingenuous. And the reason why I know he was being disingenuous is because I've talked to him multiple times. And so what I told Bretta, being fair, is that he had a bounty. Boom. Right there. Above my head. Right? And I told him, all you have to do is not antagonize the chat, to be honest and to provide factual information. And you can stay as long as you do those things. And I told him, it's not up to me. It's up to the chat. And I even said, chat, the kick fund starts from now, not from prior conversation. It starts from now to prior conversation. And Bretta said, well, that's not fair because they're going to get me out of here in 5 minutes. And I said, all you have to do is provide factual information and you get to stay. And Bretta then continued to lean into things that were not true. And the chat paid to kick him. I didn't kick him because he was saying something I didn't like. I kicked him because he was being disingenuous. He was warned. He was given a bounty. And then he continued. And the chat wanted him gone. You see what's the difference between what I said and what you said?
Gotcha.
I feel like you owe me an apology.
Fuck your apology, fool. You're a clown, bro.
And I'm not talking about for everything, but I'm talking about directly for what you said. You said that I kicked him because I didn't like what he was saying. That's not true. That was a slanderous accusation, and I feel like you owe me an apology for that.
Probably not.
Oh, so you're too much of a coward to admit when you're wrong.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. That's because you're a coward.
I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I was wrong, but I'm not going to say sorry, bro. What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, because you have no integrity.
Bro, I'm not sorry to you, bro.
Exactly. You have no integrity.
I'm not saying that.
If you're sitting here admitting that you're wrong, And you're sitting here admitting that you're wrong, but you can't give an apology. That means that you don't have integrity because you're admitting that you're wrong, and yet you don't want to give an apology after making a slanderous accusation.
Saying sorry, bro.
You can, but that means you don't have. You don't have to say you're sorry, but it's showing who you are. You were crying in the comment section.
I just told you, like, you're right.
You were crying in the comment section. You've made multiple accusations and you haven't been able to back up one. So I'm going to go back to what I said. Can you give me an example of kicking anyone who was giving me factual information and I kicked them?
You're right, bro. All right. Well, have a good day, brother.
Fuck off then, coward.
You have a good day too, my friend.
Yeah. If anyone has a time that I kick someone for giving me factual information, let me know. Because I may kick you for being disingenuous. I may kick you for being a crash out. I may kick people for a lot of reasons, but I have never kicked anyone because they gave me factual information. That is not a thing. Anyway, Gerald, I apologize. That took away from our debate. We can reset and get back into it. How about this? Can you give me 2 minutes to say a couple of thank yous, then you and I reset and get back into it?
No, you're good, brother. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Let's see here. W's in the chat for the one. Oh, yeah, no, for she, I didn't get any type of message. I got your first donation, but thank you so much for the one. I think we're good. I didn't get anything saying that it was something different. W's in chat for Denia, who sent the $10 donation, said Democratic Socialists and socialism are two different things. You numbnut MAGA snowflake. Yes, it is. It is. W's in chat for what up, Ron? Spice King for the $2 donation. Yep. I'm not gonna say that, but you're exactly right. W's in chat for Erica for the $5 donation, saying donating what I can since I learned how much YouTube takes from your donation. YouTube takes like fucking 70%, I think. Like YouTube takes a ridiculous amount. Like I appreciate the super chats and I don't complain about it because I'll take support whichever way I can get it, but like fucking I think it's like 70%. But Dubs in chat, thank you so much. You said donating what I can here since I learned how much YouTube takes from donations and your labor is not free. Love listening to your lives. You've educated me and I appreciate how you handle your streams and also propping up other voices. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you, Erica. Dubs in chat for Erica. Dubs in chat for Anthony for the one. Yep. Fucking right, Anthony. I might actually have to use that as an example. I'm gonna hold that in my back pocket. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation. Yeah, listen, I hurt his feelings in some way, shape, or form, and he's absolutely just trying to tone police. I don't really give a fuck about. Again, like no matter if it's him or other people or whatever, I genuinely don't care about the meta. I just want the debate. I want empirics. It's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. I don't give a damn about any of the other stuff. But that's just me. W's in the chat for Trunks for the 5 cheered bits to say I can send bits. You did. W's in the chat for Trunks for another 5 cheered bits to say bring back donuts and slap nuts. Yeah. W's in the chat. We're good. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you guys know when we go live. We're going live all the time. Knock out the donuts. Make sure you're sharing the live to your FYP and also to your stories. And only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Jamie, what do you mean? Didn't acknowledge mine. Didn't acknowledge yours what, Jamie? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Jamie. Anyway, all right, Gerald, I apologize. Recentering, refocusing, you were telling me, you said that capitalism allows people to basically it gives them the initiative to achieve success. Anything else that you want to add towards that?
Yeah, I mean, I think just having open markets is very good for business as well. Like a lot of businesses started that way, just through free market and how you can advertise with capitalism. I mean, I obviously think that we're not in a laissez-faire capitalist society. I don't think we should have completely no government regulation. I mean, I definitely believe in regulated capitalism. I think that's fair. And I've had conversations with you in the past where you've said you believe in capitalism and, you know, you take part of that system and you're happy with it, making the money you do. So it's just weird to me to see you take this socialist shift.
And I'm confused as far as where you've ever heard me say, oh, I'm happy with the money that I make, because I am like staunchly and vehemently on the record as far as saying if I had to pay more and have to give up more of what I have so other people can have their basic needs met, i.e. if my taxes had to go up so we can have universal health care and so people could have access to food, I would willingly do that. So it's never been about me saying, oh, I'm happy with capitalism. I'm happy where we are. Yes, I absolutely live in a capitalist society, but I understand the needs of the whole to be met. Just like I tell anyone who comes in and advocates for like, well, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We live in a society. So the individual saying they do well does nothing for the whole, and I care about the whole. Now, again, I think you're a little bit confused as far as the question, so I'm going to try to simplify it. Can you name one economic indicator that is overwhelmingly positive for everyday Americans today?
I mean, GDP or being the richest country in the world is definitely favorable for Americans every day.
No, that's favorable for the corporations and for the government, but that's not for everyday Americans. The GDP being... So
you wouldn't say there's no positive feedback from living in a rich country?
If the GDP was something that would be positive, then I wouldn't have made the statement when we first started debating that we have the highest GDP in the world while still having the largest wealth gap in the world. Those two things wouldn't exist if the GDP mattered.
Yeah, we have the largest wealth gap because there's such a discrepancy. Like we have such rich people. It's not that the wealth gap is that insane. That's just disingenuous statistics.
The wealth gap is absolutely that much insane. The reason why I bring that up is because we live in a country where you can have the first ever.
Look at Africa.
We live in a country. We live in a country. We live in a country where you can have the world's richest man, someone who became a trillionaire, Elon Musk, and while at the same time having veterans who fought for our country, who put their lives on the line for our country, and they're walking around unhoused without shoes. That type of discrepancy should not exist within a country that is so overwhelmingly wealthy.
We can agree that it shouldn't exist, but it does. But are you to say that is worse than someone walking around in Africa that walks next to a South African mansion? You're trying to
actually compare other countries to the United States of America, and I'm talking about America. Like, this is a funny thing. Whenever people try to actually, whenever people, no, it's not. It's not, because even if you were genuinely trying to actually equate what we have in America, then why wouldn't you equate what we have in America to a comparable nation? Also, Africa is just a continent. But if you want to say South Africa is not a comparable nation to the United States of America. So if you want to make an actual analogy that would be analogous, then you would look at a nation that is proportional when it comes to population. You would look at a nation that is proportional when it comes to GDP, which is kind of hard because, of course, our GDP is so large. But you wouldn't just pick some random country in Africa and say, well, we're better than them. We're going to talk about America, not other countries. And if you want to make something analogous, make sure it's proportional to our country.
Well, our country spreads some of the most wealth around between any country or nation in the entire world.
And with the people?
through USAID.
Wait, no. We're talking about American. We're talking about Americans. I've been saying everyday Americans. You keep trying to talk about other stuff instead of everyday Americans. I'm not sure.
So you don't think everyday Americans care about USAID? Right
here. I'm not sure why you keep wanting to talk about other things except everyday Americans and the actual economics that impact everyday Americans. I'm not talking about what people have a passion for or desire for. I'm talking about the direct implications of a capitalist society on everyday Americans. I gave you specific examples as far as having the highest GDP while having the largest wealth gap. I also told you that we are the only country within the G7 that has a negative trend towards the standard of living. I'm talking about specifically the things that affect everyday Americans. CPI has increased. Inflation has increased. The same time that the actual average medium income has increased, it's been outpaced by the cost of living. So even though Americans are making more money today, they're paying more out than they were before. So it's not even a positive impact for us. So give me something that is a positive impact in relations to everyday Americans that has derived via capitalism.
Private healthcare.
What about private healthcare?
Having the choice to have a doctor, who's doing your medicine, and when you get your medicine. In Canada, there's literally people dying in waiting lines.
That's not true.
Because of socialism.
You're making shit up.
That is true. I can give you. You want a source?
You're literally making shit up. But I don't care about your made up shit. I want you to lock in right here. I don't give a fuck about the made up shit that you just tried to say in Canada. Tell me specifically how private healthcare is benefiting everyday Americans.
How it's benefiting everyday Americans? I just told you. That they can choose their medical provider when they get their medicine, how they get their medicine.
How many Americans,
like you said, you would choose to get a black doctor, right?
How many Americans actually don't have healthcare coverage?
Good amount. I don't know. Probably around 10%, 20%.
Oh, let's get the official number. I know since the subsidies for Obamacare or ACA sunset, there was additional 17 million Americans that was kicked off of healthcare. But let's see here. So, as of right now, this comes from kff.org, and this looks at the uninsured population of the United States of America, and this is as of 2026, and it looks like there has been a decline in coverage for Americans that were uninsured. They're looking at the implications from the like I said, the subsidies sunsetting, and there's about 26 million to 28 million Americans that don't have access to healthcare. I think you said around 10%, so that's a pretty good guess. So it's roughly 8 to 10% of the U.S. population just has no healthcare, right? So we can start with the baseline of saying there's a section of the section of the population who have no access to healthcare. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay, perfect. So let's build off of that. So of the, let's say 90% of Americans that have access to healthcare, coverage to healthcare, do you know how many Americans have healthcare that adequately meets their needs? And when I say that, I mean like able to get the healthcare treatment, medication, and access needed that's covered by their healthcare.
Probably not a lot of people. Probably more than 50%. Because I don't have that.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I don't like throwing out
but
numbers.
I mean, I have a source right here, a report from Canada, secondstreet.org that revealed
I don't care about Canada. You keep trying to talk about, hey, stop it. You keep trying to talk about Canada. I don't care about Canada. We're talking about the U.S. like you, I said,
Well,
give me,
it's
hold
pertinent to
on,
my
hold
point
on. No,
why
no, 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 no,
privatized
no, no, no,
healthcare is
no, no,
good.
no, 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 stop. I said, give me one economic indicator that is positive for everyday Americans based off of capitalism. And you said healthcare. And I said, okay, tell me about how it's positive.
How making universal healthcare will be disastrous for that.
We haven't even gotten through the point that healthcare is actually a positive for everyday Americans. You keep trying to go to other stuff without dealing with what's right in front of us. You haven't proven.
I mean, we keep going.
You haven't proven that healthcare is beneficial for everyday Americans.
You don't think privatized healthcare is beneficial?
No, I don't. But I'm not just saying that. I'm running through the actual stuff with you and building the information. For me, just saying I don't think that does nothing. That's why we're literally going through this. All right. So we've already talked about let me make sure I write this down. 10%, which is about 28 million Americans. All right. And then looking at the same document from the KFF, it talks about the Americans that lack the actual adequate coverage, proper health care, right? And again, that means that they have the access they need to the medication, the treatment, or any type of specialty doctors or things like that. And that's roughly 120 million Americans, right? 120 million Americans. God damn it. Do you know this stuff or are you actually guessing?
What?
You said about 50%. Like, yeah. was that a genuine guess?
Yeah.
Ain't no fucking way. That's the second one. Yeah, it's about 50%. Holy shit. All right. So, you're lying, right?
No, I genuinely guess.
No way you fucking guessed 2 in a row. All right. So we have about 10% of Americans who don't have access to healthcare at all. And we have another 50% of Americans that don't have adequate coverage for healthcare, right? So right now we're already at 60% of Americans, and 60% of Americans, over 50%, right, don't have access to healthcare. So I'm going to pause right here and see if we need to actually continue to move forward. If you said the positive thing that everyday Americans have through the lens of capitalism is access to private healthcare, and we've already gotten to the point without looking at anything else and substantiating that 60% of the country either does not have health care or does not have adequate access to health care. Do you want to stick with saying that healthcare, private healthcare, is an overwhelmingly positive thing for everyday Americans?
I mean, I still think it's a positive thing to have privatized healthcare, and I think it's a big part of capitalism and why it succeeds.
But that's not the question.
I don't think it's the main economic driver for capitalism.
Okay, so can you give me one economic factor that is overwhelmingly positive for everyday Americans? Like something key that's a positive thing for everyday Americans.
I mean, I think just having the opportunity to live, I don't know, man. I just don't know the specific economic statistics to give you. I just know that having free market gives incentive to have more products and more businesses and more innovation, more R&D, especially in healthcare.
Okay. So question for you. If capitalism incentivizes opportunities, then why do we have a poverty rate that's trending in a negative direction? W's in the chat for Marley. Marley, thank you so much for the whale diving. Fucking W's in the chat from Marley. Why is our actual poverty level increasing if there is more opportunities?
Well, there's a lot of different factors, social economic factors you could, point to why that's happening.
Sure.
Like the breakdown of communities.
Can you give me what those actual reasons would be?
Well, I think we're confused here. So let me just bring it back a second. Like when I'm talking, listen, when I'm talking about privatized healthcare or capitalism and free market, anything, I still want it to be regulated. Like I still think there should be.
I'm not saying anything. You keep trying. Wait. No. Please stop that. Please stop that, because you keep trying to somehow like pretend as if I said like, oh, specifically this one portion is a problem that I have with capitalism. Like the reason why, and you complained about me being broad, right? The reason why I was being broad is because one, I'm talking about capitalism as a whole, and two, Deb's in the chat for Soprano. Holy shit, sorry, Soprano for the jellyfish. I can't see because it's over. Anyway, thank you so much for the jellyfish. If I gave you that wide range, right? Because I'm talking about all of it, but it also gives you the ability to flip it on me, and you can take something from that wide range and then use it. So I don't need you saying that I disagree with this portion and I would do this or I would do that. I'm telling you, we're looking at praxis, and we're looking at how it affects everyday Americans today. So I'm just looking for one economic benefit that is received for everyday Americans due to capitalism.
Well, sticking with healthcare, I mean, capitalism just proved we can lower health, like prescription prices a ton with Mark, what's his fucking name? The dude from Shark Tank. Mark Cuban is doing what Trump did. I mean, I don't really like the Trump one as much, but what Mark Cuban is doing is really good. But that wouldn't be possible without the competition of capitalism and big pharma.
It would.
Which I disagree with.
Literally, the access to medication would be preferable under a socialist society versus a capitalistic society. If you're talking about just
not
lowering,
when you have to wait 5 years.
1 second here.
To get it.
That's not true, but that's fine. I don't want to get stuck on that.
I gave you the source earlier. You want to let me tell you?
Stop. If you want to say that capitalism allows high prices to not be so high anymore, well, that doesn't sound like a benefit of capitalism. It sounds like capitalism has been exploited so much that now there is a demand to decrease those high prices. That doesn't sound like an economic benefit. So I'm going to try one more time and I'm going to lay this out, and maybe you need to take notes. Poverty level is increasing. GDP, high as it's ever been. CPI continues to increase. Inflation continues to increase. Wages have increased, but the cost of living has outpaced wages. I'll give you another bone, or another benefit, another nugget. If you take a look at where the money is coalesced, I think it's 70%. I can give you the specific number if you want to look it up, but I think it's somewhere like between 70 and 80% of all United States wealth is coalesced between people that are 55 years of age or older, right? So there's one specific group of people who have all of the wealth within our country. And then if you take a look at the world, the 18 richest people in the world have 80% of the world's wealth. So the point that I'm making is that capitalism has been beneficial to the few while massively negatively impacting the proletariat, the whole. So understanding all of those different things that I've laid out, can you tell me this is one economic indicator that is improved and is better for everyday Americans because of capitalism? People have more purchasing power.
You're gonna get mad when I say
capitalism.
this, but wages went up. But like, if we decrease inflation under a Democratic president, what are you gonna say about wages?
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. I'm literally looking for right now.
Based on your guys' statistics, inflation would go down, right? Under Kamala.
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. I have zero faith in the Republican Party. I have 2% faith in the Democratic Party. You saying that if we had a Democratic president in power, then the cost of living would go down. I disagree, because I think that when you look at the politicians, there's not much of a line of demarcation between Republicans and Democrats. I think Republicans are actively trying to harm people. I think that most Democrats are okay with people being harmed. There's only a few Democrats that I would say are the exception. So by your premise, I disagree. Getting a Democratic president in office is not going to dramatically change, shift, nor reduce the cost of living for everyday Americans, because capitalism requires more. It requires more consumption. It requires more exploitation. It requires more resources. Capitalism will capitalism, no matter which party is holding the White House.
I mean, so why are you not voting Democrat?
Absolutely, I'm voting. What did I just say the difference is to me about the Democrats and Republicans? And
no, it was a genuine question. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
I said I believe in 2% of them. There's a few Democrats that I actually believe in, and there's a few, like I've been very vocal about. I think AOC would be an amazing president, and that's my pick for the 2028 not only Democratic ticket, but the person that I would want to see in the White House in 2028. But I don't have much faith in anyone else. There's a small handful of Democrats that I actually have any type of faith in.
So is AOC a Democratic socialist? Isn't she just a Democrat?
Yeah, she's categorized. Technically, they've all been categorized as just Democrats, but like, DemSox, the DSA has shifted and become a bigger platform. But like, there's nuances or whatever. I don't really care about talking about the nuances. I do want to get back though to what I said, because I really at this point I'm not hearing anything that capitalism has done to positively impact. Okay,
well, here's
Americans.
Another one. What about inventing things, intellectual property? You can't invent anything or make a business really under socialist regime.
You can. That's not a factual.
It would be your property would be free to use for anything under actual
statement. We've had.
Okay, look at it. Look at Marx's works.
We've had multiple inventions, technologies, innovation that has occurred under socialism. But
they won't allow you to create a monopoly.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. There's been multiple innovations, achievements, breakthroughs, all this other stuff that has occurred through socialism. Hell, the United States of America had advancements because of socialism in other countries, i.e. the space race with Russia. The space race with Russia, the U.S. is... Dub's in the chat. Thank you so much, Soprano, for the well diving. Let's fucking go. Hey, why did women get pushed to the forefront of like math and science and STEMs and stuff like that in the U.S.?
In the U.S., why did they?
Mm-hmm.
Probably, like you said, the space thing. I don't know. Was it at World War I where they started?
It was literally the space race, because Russia was allowing women to engage in their space program, and the U.S. couldn't compete or keep up. Dubs in chat for Nexus for the galaxy. Let's fucking go. What are you guys doing? Holy shit, you guys are going off with the the gifts. They couldn't keep up, and so it forced the United States to push women into the same sector in order to compete with the space race. So, like, when you talk about that society, like, the society that they had literally benefited our society. But the point that I want to just stick on, right? If capitalism allowed innovation and it rewarded people for innovation, then why is it, how to partner, that a majority of people who come up with said innovation within our society don't earn from their innovation? I'll give you a specific example. I'll give you a specific example. Have you ever heard of the Super Soaker?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
The water gun from the 80s, the big ass one.
Cool. A $1 billion company, made shit ton of money, made memories for you, made memories for me, made memories for people. Man. Yep. Did he actually earn from his invention?
Well, didn't he sell it early on?
Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure about the story. I've heard it before.
The proprietary design and the information as far as the Super Soaker was stolen and then sold to people. And he never got compensated for the design and the creation of Super Soaker. They made billions of dollars off of it.
He didn't get paid for any of the ads or anything?
They made billions of dollars off of it. And then later, which this happened within the last 5 years, he actually finally won a lawsuit that gave him a settlement payout for his labor for millions, but it comes nowhere close to the billions that's been made off of his idea. So the question I have is if capitalism truly rewarded innovation, then why are there situations like that happen all the time?
You can't say, okay, first of all, the first claim you said was the majority of innovation in America is stolen. Do you stand by that?
I said, why is there a majority? Yes, a majority of innovation is I said, why is there a majority of people who come up with innovation are not the ones that make money off the innovation? Yes, I stand by that.
So you're saying a majority of people that come up with an innovation don't make money on it. That's just ridiculous, Santana.
You're changing the words. I said, why is it that if capitalism incentivizes earnings from innovation, that people that are innovators who come up with innovation aren't the ones that are capitalizing off of their innovation? And I gave you a specific example, which was the Super Soaker. If capitalism actually rewarded innovation, then how does that happen?
That's just that's one point. That's a nuanced point. How can you say that happens to the majority of people? There's no way.
It's a nuance. It's not a nuanced point. It's a direct example, and I gave it to you. I can give you more, but I think it's a waste of time running through multiple examples to have the same question. So please answer the question directly.
Why does it happen? Okay, it happens because people are greedy. That's going to happen in a socialist society as well. Like I said, under Marx, they will take your intellectual property and do whatever they want with it.
Okay. One, again, that's not something that would occur under a socialist society because socialism stops the hoarding of resources and goods, but that's not answering the question directly. And so you're saying greed. So are you saying that greed is a requirement of capitalism?
I'm saying greed happens in all societies. Do you not agree now?
The question is, are you saying that greed is a requirement of capitalism?
I didn't say that, no.
So the question is, yes or no, is greed a requirement of capitalism?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so if greed is not a requirement of capitalism, then that does not actually explain how the specific example type that I gave you can occur under capitalism, because unless it's a necessity of capitalism, then that's not the answer to why this happens over and over and over and over.
It does not happen to the majority of people. And the original statement I made is that capitalism is good because it holds private intellectual property to people. Under socialism, private intellectual property is held in intellectual commons where other people can use it. That's true. Just look it up, dude.
Yeah, sure. I got something for you.
There is no intellectual property under actual socialism, if that's what you're preaching.
Sure. All right. Question for you.
So you don't think you can have innovations? You think that people could just steal things? So you shouldn't care that they stole his idea under socialism, right?
Question for you. Who is... do you not hear me speaking?
Go ahead, sir.
You saying random shit that doesn't pertain to anything that we're talking about does not help. Who is Franz von... Don't look it up. I hear you typing.
I'm not typing. You'll hear it.
Who is Franz von Hausen?
Franz von Hausen. No idea.
Who is Elon Musk?
Sounds like these are the richest people in the world.
Nope. Who is Elon Musk?
It's a rich guy.
No, you're trying to jump ahead. You're not there. Who's Elon Musk?
SpaceX.
Elon Musk is not SpaceX. Who is Elon Musk?
Who is he? A billionaire.
Okay. What company propelled him to his fortune?
Tesla.
Okay. Elon Musk made billions and billions of dollars off of Tesla, right?
Yep.
Why do you know Elon Musk, but you don't know Franz von Hausen?
Is that the dude from Greece? Like, I've heard of that name for sure. Franz von Hausen.
Did you say the guy from Greece?
Yeah.
Okay. Franz von Hausen is worth about $51 million. Right?
That's nothing.
Franz von Hausen is the designer, architect, and the person behind Tesla. Literally the person that innovated the idea of Tesla. So the question is, if Tesla is a multi-billion-dollar company and Elon Musk is the richest man on earth, why is it that the person who came up with the actual design, the invention, is not adequately compensated for his ideas and his inventions versus the person that used the exploitation?
Well, I mean, that's just disingenuous to say because that's how it would be in a socialist society.
That's not how it would be in a socialist society. Please answer the question directly. You're running. I would like for you to answer the question directly, Gerald. Why is it if innovation is rewarded within a capitalist society? I gave you the example of Super Soaker. You said it was a one-off. You said that, it's because of greed. Then you denied greed being the necessity of capitalism. And I gave you one of the most astounding premises of capitalism, where the man behind a multi-billion-dollar idea is only worth millions. Why is it that Franz von Hausen isn't the richest man on earth and Elon Musk is?
Well, because, here's the point. I just looked it up. So he made the idea under the IP of Tesla, which is not owned by anybody. So when he became the chair owner, Elon had the rights to it. And he still works for Tesla.
I know all of that. I'm not denying any of that.
It doesn't seem like he's that mad.
Holy fuck, you're just missing it at this point. If innovation was actually rewarded under capitalism, then Elon Musk, who didn't innovate shit, shouldn't be as wealthy as he is off of the innovation of Franz von Hausen. It should be flipped by your premise, because you said capitalism rewards innovation.
It's still rewarding them.
You're right, Mandy. I don't think that he's equipped for this conversation.
I understand what
you
you're
legitimately
saying,
don't
but
seem
it's just
equipped for this conversation.
To say he didn't capitalize with $51 million.
Sure.
That's not capitalizing on life. Okay, Santana,
M3,
how much do you need?
Stop
Billions?
for a second. M3 Mama, I'm muting you. You said it seems like I'm mad. Come up here and tell me why you think that I'm mad. You know what's funny? Like, these fucking kadunkachuds think just because you call out billionaires, you're somehow jealous of billionaires. Like, I don't think billionaires should exist, and that includes myself. No one needs obscene amounts of wealth. So you saying that, oh, you're mad because, I'm mad because there's fucking billionaires and people can't afford food. Yes, I am absolutely pissed off about that. But accept that request, M3 Mama. Yeah, that's what I thought. Listen, I'm not saying that he hasn't been able to make money, because he has. I clearly stated that he's worth 51 million, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
And that's nothing to sneeze at. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that by your premise, because you said capitalism rewards innovation. And if that was true, then he would be the richest man on earth, not Elon Musk. Capitalism does not reward innovation. Capitalism rewards exploitation. Elon Musk was able to exploit the situation so he could capitalize on it. That's why he's the richest man on earth.
Let me say something. Just because you can exploit one person easier under capitalism doesn't mean you can't exploit people under socialism. Am I wrong? Can you exploit people under socialism? Or is it a utopia, Santana?
Socialism does not allow the hoarding of resources or power. So while people can do well individually, billionaires cannot exist.
Yes, the USSR had no cons.
I want you to hear me when I say this.
Vacuums, right?
I want you to hear me when I say this. Like, I promise you, like, people are asking me to move on, and I'm really trying to like lock in with you, but it seems like you're just not, it seems like it's going all the way over your head. At the heart of socialism or communism, there is no hoarding of resources of power.
Well, then there would be no private intellectual property. There would be no people.
I'm done with this conversation. Like, I don't understand what we're doing here. Oh, we couldn't even get out of the blocks with capitalism, right? I mean, the whole thing is, I said, before you talk about socialism, we have to get through capitalism. And if you can't give me one beneficial thing for everyday Americans within a capitalistic society, then it does not seem like capitalism actually works. If you can't tell me one beneficial thing for everyday Americans. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? Okay. Go ahead and drop
Oh
it
my
down.
God, hi, Santana.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's my sister. She's obsessed with you. I'm so sorry.
All good, but for some reason it's not letting me drop. What the fuck? Please don't let kids listen to me. I don't know what's going on. It wouldn't let me drop the guest. But yeah. There's someone in the request that's named. Oh yeah. See, now it's just now saying that it's like I'm trying to remove them. Ain't no way. On the request up, if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, we're only looking for some debates. Someone in the request is named Capitalism is Good. Absolutely not. I have no interest in talking to a spam account, and like, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Give me a second, guys. Hey, Joanna, can you come up for a second, please? Are you available?
Good morning.
Hi, I can't see you. Like, I hear you, but I don't see you. You're not loading in all the way. That's weird. That's weird. Ach du Lieben. Scheiße. You said you forgot about that song? How did you forget about that song?
How about now?
How about now? No, I still can't see you, but I can hear you, so that's fine. Hey, can you do a mod really quickly while I run to the restroom?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bonjour, everyone. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. We're at 416K. Are y'all gonna make today our million day? Are we gonna get $1 million out of y'all today? Hopefully so. Keep tapping. That last kid, it was irritating. It was a little painful.
Why the fuck is it doing that? Hold on. There we go. Sorry, YouTube. I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was about, YouTube. We're G to G. What about abortion? Why do you want to talk to me about abortion?
Because isn't that what you do, debate?
I guess. Like, I don't feel like I'm like the right person or like the best person. But specifically, why do you want to debate me on abortion? Or is it that you just want to debate abortion, period?
Yes. Yes, that's it.
Oh, so I'm just your, sloppy seconds or whatever. You just whoever you could find to debate. You just gonna like, oh, well, he'll do. Like, I'll just take anyone. Yeah, he'll do. I don't know if I want to be the prize. I don't know if I want to accept that, because I want someone to pick me for me, not because I'm their second or third or fourth choice. I want someone to pick me for me. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Like, if you run around here throwing around community debates, like if you got community debates, then you might not be the debater for me. And that's how you shut down trolls. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Chat, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. W's in the chat for a couple of different people. W's in the chat for Jamie. Oh, it just came in. Like, I don't know what's happening, but I guess it's delayed. But Jamie just sent, listen to this shit, guys. Jamie sent a $10, said, just wanted to check in and see how you're doing after I dog walked you yesterday. I'll hop in and debate you on another topic that takes less nuance sometime. Thought I sent this earlier, but I didn't hit send. Love your streams. Jamie, I don't know if you have like CTE from the ass cutting you got yesterday from our debate. I don't know if you have like CTE from the ass cutting you got yesterday. The fuck, bro? We froze for a second. We're back. We're back. Chat, are you guys still frozen? It's like the chat's frozen. What the fuck is going on? Okay, now the chat's moving again. Holy shit. Woo! That was scary. That was scary. Holy shit. I thought I lost you, chat. I was so scared. I was scared. I was scared. I was scared that I lost chat. Slips, get back up here. Get back up here. Slips was talking shit in the comments and I muted Slips. Slips said, Santana, time to pack it up. And then I packed Slips up and Slips isn't here. Just like I packed Jamie up. So whatever. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Yeah, Jared, his entire point about private healthcare was just stupid. Like, I don't know what we're doing. W's in the chat for Feisty. Feisty sent a $5 donation and hugs and tell him he has no idea. And tell him his ideas don't matter because he's getting drafted. Ooh, that was another one. That was another one. Fred Chicken said pushing 50. Who's pushing 50, you donut? Who's pushing 50? I don't know what you're talking about. And if I am, god damn it, I look good for 50. W's in the chat for Jay, my op. Yeah, I mean, I know, like sometimes I try to talk to him though, Jay. Like, you know, you gotta talk to these youngins. You said hit a nerve. Nerve these nuts in your mouth. You couldn't You couldn't move me even if you tried. Like that's what the facts are. But you know what I also don't do? I also don't deal with thumb thugs and keyboard warriors. So you're muted, right? You're muted. If you really want to get up here and say something, you got to hit that request button, because guess what? You got your request turned off, and you follow me. So I know you fucks with me. I know you fucks with me. So get up here. He said, what's my nationality? Why? What the fuck? I'm an American citizen, you donut. You guys are weird. You guys are weird. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are y'all need to converse with people who are not. Why do we need to talk to people who are not American? America, that's right. W's in the chat for Bianca. Hey, Bianca, who sent a $20 donation, said, love you, Santana. I pick you for you. I know that's right. Listen, Bianca knows the way to my heart. Bianca knows the way to my heart. W's in the chat for Bianca. Bianca said, love you, Santana. I pick you for you. And that's what I'm looking for. Not someone that's coming up here giving me sloppy seconds. I have no interest in sloppy seconds. Anyway, W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Look like Forza. I don't know what you're talking about, Jared. Why would I whisper that? W's in the chat for Craft Weaver, who sent a $10 donation saying just because having some Craft Weaver. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Craft Weaver. Send $10 donation saying just because having some health issues, but I'm quiet in the corner. Craft Weaver, I hope you're doing okay. That's holy shit. I hope you're doing well. If there's anything that you need from us in the community, we're always here, but please take care of yourself. That's like the most important thing. That's literally the most important thing. Debbie's in the chat for C. Yep, for C, I got that test. Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Deanna for the $5 donation saying, bring me up. I'll take on any woman in favor of taking bodily autonomy away from other women. That had to just be a troll. That had to be a troll. So that's the only thing that I could think. Debbie's in the chat for those donos. Debbie's in the chat for Sean becoming a late night tuber over on YouTube. Debbie's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $5 super chat. Say, caller, you're 19, don't even know what basic definition of socialism, only what AI has told you. Also, you're okay with the exploitation for wealth. Eel. I know, eel. Debbie's in the chat for I think that's howdy or how for the $1.99 $1.99 euro super chat. Would you ever do a power scaling debate? I don't see the value in power scaling debates, and the only reason I say that is because it's like universes are different. And so it's always hard for me to say who would win between who. That's the only issue that I have with those power scaling debates. Debbie's in the chat. Holy shit, Twitch. We just crossed 1,800 followers over on Twitch. Let's fucking go. Make sure you follow me on Twitch. Also YouTube. Follow me on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Twitter. Everywhere. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. Follow me at all the places. Debbie's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up. IG, yeah, I don't really use Threads, but follow me on Instagram for shiggity. I absolutely need more people to follow me over on Instagram. Shout out to Instagram. The only person we have in the box. The book club application got. You must be a Nazi. You must be a Nazi. Is that why you got rejected from book club? because it's clearly no Nazis. Can't join book club if you're a Nazi. No Nazi. Why'd you get rejected then? W's in the chat for is Maya here? Is Maya here? Just follow me over on Twitch after I said that. Fucking W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Okay, guys. Listen. There's someone in, oh, you're under 21? Maybe. I always go to like the no Nazis. There's someone in the request, and it says they're a recent guest. And I don't know. I'm assuming they got kicked for some weird shit or something. I don't know what the deal is. And so we can bring them up, or we can hit a reset because we don't have anyone else in the request, or we can just call it. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? What are you talking about? You're only interested in discussing American problems because you're insular. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Deb's in the chat for Rollin for the $2 donation. Ooh, Rollin, can you reply to the donation and send me your email? Actually, like, we might need to lock in. Deb's in the chat. Thank you so much for the 2. Like, that actually we might need to like tap in. Why the fuck does the camera keep like fucking with the focus? I'm so pissed off. I'm over this. I'm over the camera not focusing the way that it should focus. Fucking focus, camera. Fucking focus. Bring them up. All right. All right. All right. Hey, Debbie's in the chat for Crab Weaver. How many cameras do we have? We got 2. 1, 2. We got 2 cameras. All right. No, actually, this person seems more interesting. Sorry. This person right here seems more interesting. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I actually want to debate you saying the incest with God.
Oh, okay. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
18.
What year were you born?
2008, January 10th.
That would make you 19, bub. Oh, no, you said 2008. Sorry. Okay. Do you think God don't fuck with incest?
It's because you said with Adam and Eve, it's because when Cain killed Abel, Cain got sent off and he had a wife and kids, making there be other humans in the world.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, that was just basically it, because I didn't like it when you said God induces incest.
Yeah, God fucks with incest. I don't think you actually disproved the statement. I think you just like highlighting. Okay. So the actual logical inconsistency is either God fucks with incest or the Bible's incomplete. And when I say the Bible's incomplete, that means that apparently there are some humans that God created but never talked about them. So the question I have is, are there actual humans that God didn't tell us about? Or were they all related and they just was a fucking?
I think there might have been some humans that God didn't talk about, but I feel like he did. Because
wait, hold on. I need you, don't like go too quickly. So if there were other humans, there's no specific mention in the Bible that God created additional humans. So if you're saying that God created additional humans, but didn't tell anybody about it, then what happens from that point is we understand that the Bible is not the complete word of God. So if the Bible is not the complete word of God, then that means that the Bible is inconsistent and incomplete. And if it's inconsistent and incomplete, then why should anyone follow the Bible? We're just going to sit it quietly together. Look at the guest box. Yeah. Oh boy, Ran. What up, bro?
Of course, I would be scrolling past as you make that.
Come get some. You want to hear the claim?
Sure. What's the claim?
God fucks with incest.
I already know the argument you're going to attempt to make. It is one I have heard a million times before, but let's hear it.
All right. There's two major events within the Bible where incest is specifically used. And so if we go by the premise that God is not accepting of incest, which of course in the Bible, it directly says that, don't do incest, then we have to come to one of two conclusions. Either God is being a hypocrite, right? Because in one portion, he's engaging in incest with two massive events and then telling people don't engage in incest. Or two, the Bible is not the complete word of God. And there's other humans that were made by God in two different instances, but there's no documentation of it.
So there's a third option that it was investigated by theologians and scholars, if you will, which is that there was a prohibition on incest placed on mankind at a certain time. So you have to look at.
Someone tried to say that yesterday.
Are you starting in? You're looking at Genesis all the way through, right? I would imagine you're starting in Genesis. Right?
Yeah, I'm looking at both instances. I'm specifically referencing Genesis creation, Adam, Eve, and then also after Noah and the flooding.
Right. So if we look at the reason that God was okay with incest then is that it didn't carry the same sort of. What is the word that I'm looking for? It didn't carry the same risk of DNA damage. Because now, if two people of the same immediate family engage in that, the resulting child would be horrendously deformed.
Wait, wouldn't it have less risk now though? Because we're talking about more direct lineage. Because the actual lineage prior to was more consolidated to limited families versus now. Since it's been generations and generations and generations and lineages have spread out, it would be less risky, right?
Well, you would think that, but when you look at assuming, because we have to have this conversation in good faith, assuming that we'd have to assume that the Genesis account was literal. So that means that Adam was directly created by God, which means that Adam would have quite literally a perfect genetic code. And remember that Adam lived 930 after God told him he would pass away in the garden. Adam still lived to be 939 years old. The average age of a human now is around 75, between 75 to 80, right? So that means that he had a much, much longer lifespan, which means that his genetic code, the DNA's ability to always repair itself and things like that would be vast thousands of times stronger back then than it would be now. God puts the prohibition on incest around the time of Moses. He doesn't put the prohibition around the time of Adam through the days of Noah. Now, after the destruction of the world via the flood, then the prohibitions come down. The law of Moses, the Levitical laws are put into place and things of that nature. So no, the Bible, it could be the complete word of God. I think that there's multiple instances. I would have actually used the one where the stronger argument, I think, would have been the one to use Lot's daughters, when Lot's daughters slept with him in the Sodom and Gomorrah story. That would have been
that's too on the nose, though. Like, people know that one. But like, okay, so that's the most logical explanation I've heard compared to everything. Did you know, like, or no, I'm sure you hadn't heard this. Someone told me that God just did more immaculate creation.
Talking about it initially, like the initial creation of Adam and Eve?
No. More instances of like Jesus, that God just like sent, down angels and had.
Yeah, that's because people are stupid and they don't read it. First of all, the angels did come down and they did sleep with human beings in Genesis. Those are called Nephilim, the mighty men of old.
No, they weren't saying Nephilim. They were saying it was immaculate conception.
I know what they were saying. Yeah, I know what they were. They're just stupid. They just don't like. Oh, it was just silly argument. Silly argument.
But even with the argument, you can see that at a portion of time, God was good with incest. So then my question becomes, right, because I do acknowledge there's a point where specifically God said, no incest. So
right.
Then how do you square the actual premise of this being the perfect word of God? Because it seems like that's a contradiction.
No, I think that you can look at the fact that I don't want to say that God evolves over time. I think our understanding and our revelation of him expands, because initially, I mean, think about it. Assuming the Genesis account is true, there has to be some logical, explanation as to why what we would now call incest is okay. The only logical explanation is that there simply wasn't a prohibition at that time.
The issue that I have with that then comes because then, I was talking to someone who tried to kind of go that route, and basically it just falls flat with his thoughts are not our thoughts and all this. It's beyond our understanding, and that doesn't really work well in a debate. Like, I hear what you're saying, but when it comes to a debate and just saying, well, it's more than we can ever understand, that kind of lands flat on its face in a debate.
Not necessarily. If you look at it, what I would call the Jordan Peterson premise, right? If you look at if God is truly infinite, right? If he's a being of infinite power, infinite capability, then except the ability to lie, then that means that an infinite creature is trying to communicate with creatures that are anything but that. So there will always be gaps in understanding. There will always be gaps in knowledge.
No, I'm not saying that I don't understand, or at the very least have a basic acceptance of that premise. But I'm saying, like, in a debate, right, where you're trying to drill home and prove a point, I think that leaves too many flaws open, because then you start to revert to saying, well, everything is, divinity, right? Any and everything can be divinity, and we just don't understand. And that leads back to everything is in God's plan. Well, that's like a get out of jail free card.
No, because the reason that it's still not necessarily get out of jail free card is that's where the person of Christ enters the conversation, because Jesus claimed to be God, and he claimed to be the most completed, or the complete revelation of God's character ultimately. And Jesus upholds the same things that God, upheld in the Old Testament after, the law of Moses comes down. So I don't think that now, while Jesus may be the complete revelation of God's character. Say
it again. You said Jesus did what when he came down?
No, I'm saying if he is the complete revelation of God's character, that still doesn't mean that we're
you said something about upholding.
I said he upheld the laws of Moses. He never went against the laws of Moses.
They always say that he got rid of these people they don't know shit. They don't know shit.
Well, no, what it is, but what people mean by that is this. When Jesus said he came down to fulfill the law, that means he came down to live out the kind of life that would satisfy the law's requirements in full. And then his life ends on obviously via crucifixion. Then the law is fulfilled. That's how it is. He says out of his own mouth, I didn't come to abolish it.
I'm not telling you I know what you're saying, and I agree that's what it says. I'm saying that the people that come up to debate it say that he came to get rid of it and establish new laws.
So get rid of it is where they would fail in the debate horrendously. No, he came to pay the debt. He came to fulfill the contract, and that was that.
Okay, so then this is the issue that I have with what you said, and it ties into the necessity for Jesus, right? And then the necessity for incest. If God is, all knowing, all powerful, can do everything except lie, then and has the understanding of like all time, knew you while you're in the womb, like everything, right? Why, instead of just creating the amount of people needed or making it as so that people were automatically absolved of sin, why is it like necessary to have incest or to have Jesus in order for people to be saved from sin, which he could have just not thrown people or Adam and Eve in the garden and like all the whole situation from there?
So the answer, the best answer that I've ever heard to that question comes down to what God places value in. And what I would say he places value in is the authentic free will of choice of his creation to love him back. And so if God was to create man and make him an automaton, his love has no value. And if God wants his creation's authentic love, the only way for it to be authentic is for the ability to have the freedom to choose, okay, we'll live your way or we won't. And that's what gives it value. I honestly think that's the only logical answer to that question, because I've wrestled with that when I was an atheist myself.
But see, then the actual flaw in that comes, and where the Bible, and it specifically talks about like God taking away your heart of stone and replacing it with a new one, which is, speaking as far as like the will of God. So taking away free will and, having you do his will. So aren't those two things diametrically opposed?
Because that's after because that's after you. What you're talking about is replacing the old heart with a new one after confession is made, after you come to him. This is why Jesus made a statement in the Gospels. He said, "I am the door. If any man enters in, I'll never turn him away." Now you can choose whether or not you want to visit a friend's house. Once you go into your friend's house, typically if your friend has a policy where you take your shoes up at the door, you follow the rules of that house. So when you choose to enter Jesus's home, or you allow him to enter your heart and make that his home, you're willingly submitting to the changes he wants to make because you're acknowledging him as Lord and Master, which is why he said, "Whoever comes to me, I will in no wise cast out."
So the logic is it's free will until you accept the word of God and you accept Jesus, and then it's God's will.
Well, in a sense, it's all in a way. It's in a sense, though. Let's be clear. In a sense, it's all God's will. Jesus said that whoever the Father has already given him from the foundation of the world, he would never lose. But it also doesn't mean because that can sound like a contradiction. Well, wait a minute. So that means that God already knows if you're, who's going to come and who's not. Yeah,
that's where I was about to go.
It's the equivalent, but this is the equivalent. I look at it like this. It's the equivalent. You got a favorite movie?
Training Day.
Same here, right? So we can watch Training Day 100,000 times over.
Million times.
We know exactly what's going to happen at every minute of this movie, but we can't change the outcome. It's the same. It's much the same way when it comes down to how God sees history. How I would say God sees history. God sees this as already one completed movie. He's seen it 100 million.
You're starting to break up.
Doesn't mean he's. Well, yeah. I would say that God sees this whole universe as one big movie. He's seen it 100 million times. He knows the end from the beginning. It doesn't mean he's interfering with anything beyond extent.
This is the issue with that then, because God made the movie. And so if God didn't want, Denzel to get caught by the Russians, then, he could have let him make it to the airport.
He could have let him make it to the airport. But again, consequences have repercussions. So it goes down into not impacting, not directly impacting the choice, because let's be clear, in my opinion now as a Christian, there's so much evidence, for example, for God's existence just through what has been made through the fine tuning of the universe argument, the fact the universe began to exist. There's so many arguments we could make for at minimum a creator that you're pretty much left without excuse to say that there's not a higher power of some kind at minimum.
Yeah, see, the issue that I deal with, and like not deal with, but the thing that I tell people is like, while I grew up within the Christian faith, right, in Southern Baptist, when I got older, I became non-denominational, went to the Church of Christ. I don't believe the Bible because there's too many holes and flaws in logic, but I do believe in a higher power. I don't know what the higher power is, but I think that I agree with you. There's too many. I think there's a higher power. I also think there's aliens. Is the higher power an alien possible? I don't know. But like when it comes to like specifically Christianity, it's too many contradictions.
I hear that all the time. People always say there's a lot of contradictions. I would simply say, and I got to jump out of here because I got to get myself some break. I am starving, or some lunch at this point. I would say that it's a long road, man. It's definitely a long road. It's not an easy thing to take the intellectual, to leave intellect fully at the door and extend into faith on occasion with the Bible. But I would say I don't think there's many contradictions in it. I've gone through the 101 supposed contradictions in the Bible, so that's a conversation we'd have to have. I'm actually working on that on one of my claims for something that's coming up soon. Believe it or not, that's going to be an interesting one.
No doubt. I tell you, the problem that I have, and I know you got to jump, but I'll just say this: the problem that I have is like people who profess to be Christians but don't live like Christians. Like that's the big. I will say one of the best examples. I guess I kind of give you a little bit of credit. It's the way that you engage with Jake Lang, because I would have had him counting his teeth. But like people who claim to be Christians, they like don't live up to what, you know, even the Bible says that Jesus was. They don't even try to be Christ-like, and it's just like it's a weaponization as a whole, because they're doing it to serve the purpose. So there's not a lot of people that actually try to live by the word and all this other stuff. But like, you know, that's the one time that I've seen you and I'm like, yeah, you know, you're kind of there.
You know, I listen, Jake Lang was about a hair's breadth from swallowing his own teeth. But I think that I try, and I tell folks all the time, I fail that book every single day, you know, but the goal is to admit that you are a failure and continue to try anyway in my religion. That's kind of how it works. That's where grace comes in. But no, Jake was about to, they're going to put a clip on that today on the show, on the split, by the way. It just came out. So that whole thing is covered. So it's going to be fun. Yeah, you'll get a good laugh out of that one, 100%.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy. All right, go get your food. You know, come back and debate me sometime.
Most definitely, my brother, always.
All right, bro. Guys, am I lagging? Does it seem like I'm lagging to you guys? It seems like there's a couple of lags. Are we lagging? Some people say yes, some people say no. It just seems like it's a fucking delay. No. Two people that were in the request are gone. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Not on Twitch. Good. It will help push us out to the FYP. W's in chat for Above Affinity for the $5 super chat to say, Santana, how can he speak for God when my Lord and liege Jesus Christ said himself, no man can know his heart. So how's that? So someone he does. I'm assuming that you're trying to say so somehow he does. Yeah, like. Oh, you meant Jake Lang? Yeah, no, fuck Jake Lang. But yeah, no, like that's the issue. And so the one thing that I will say about religion is that it requires faith. And I know for a fact that like a lot of my friends that are atheists, that's the biggest problem that they have with it is they believe in like empirics, right? Jeff is like one of the smartest people that I know. And Jeff is very much like scientifically, analytically based, like what can be proven, and you got to prove it to Jeff. You literally got to prove it to Jeff. And I understand that. And in order to like believe in a religion, you have to have that quote unquote faith. So yeah. It's a thing. W's in the chat for Evil Queen for the $1 donation, and just hit the love. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for I got you. W's in chat for Rollin. Let me go ahead and save this. I got you. I appreciate the hell out of you. Yeah. W's in chat for Jamie for the $5. Remember when I asked you, asked to clarify my logic was inconsistent, and all you could answer was by restating that my logic was inconsistent, slightly different worded. You don't know, but I had the whiteboard out. Yeah, I mean, you can have the whiteboard out, but it wasn't about your logic being inconsistent. Well, I mean, your logic was inconsistent because you wanted to apply secular understanding. Fuck, Austin, are you still here? Holy shit. Well, that's what I meant to. Austin, he was still here a second ago. Ah, damn it. He left. Let me text him. So Jamie, like, okay, this is, I'm sorry, you about to get exposed on this one, Jamie. Like, this is the issue. There's an issue with what you said. There's an issue with what you said. W's in the chat for Hazel for the $25 donation. Holy shit. Have a message. Oh yeah, I'll check that. Hazel, thank you so much for the 25, and I'll definitely take a look once we get off live. W's in the chat for Hazel, and W's in the chat for Darius for the $2 donation. Yeah, and see, that's the issue as well. Like, if he can do all of it, then what's the point of any of it? Like, that's the whole thing. Hey, okay, really quick question for you. Is lagging? God damn it. Really quick question for you. When it comes to God's commandments versus like interpreting the Bible, is there ever an instance where man should put their own interpretation on God's commandments?
No.
Okay. I had someone tell me yesterday that commandments can be interpreted and adjusted because of Mark. I can't remember what it is. Mark, whatever. Talking about like how you were to reason.
There is no way in the world, because that's dogmatic.
Yep.
That's what that is.
Yep.
That's sick. I mean, there's no, again, that would contradict what Jesus said. That would literally contradict words that came right out of the mouth of God. So what do we like? The Christians that say that make me angry, because what are you talking? But you know what's so funny? That is just what is, that's commonplace now.
Yeah. Hold on. I think it's no, not.
Oh, Jamie, hold on. Am I? What? Oh.
Jamie said we're only hearing one side. Hold on. I'm gonna specifically pull it up. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure that what was it, Mark, or was it Matthew? It might have been Matthew. No, not Matthew. It was the verse basically saying, what Jamie, what verse was it? Where are you at? Hold on a second. You're not in the request. What was the verse again, Jamie? I'll fucking close it out. As a matter of fact, let me go look at my history from yesterday. Yesterday was the 25th. Okay, so it had to be Matthew 24. Matthew 24:5.
Matthew 24:5. I'm gonna go in teacup for a second while I read that. Matthew 24:5.
No, this isn't it.
Oh.
What the fuck is it? It was Mark something. Anyway, it was the verse that talks about like ensuring or being able to actually use reasoning. You said bring up Jamie. Jamie's not in the request. Like I thought Jamie would have hopped in the request, but Jamie's not in the request. But it was the verse that talked about using reason when it comes to things that are unknown. And I said, yeah, I mean, I hear you, but the direct verse about God saying like follow his commandments is different than having something that's unknown. And so her point was, when it comes to, because we were talking about the incest, right? Her entire point was, well, she gave the secular argument, and she said that, well, it was a secular argument for this, but the entire premise of it was, well, we're going to accept a secular argument for this, even though the commandment speaks to like not having incest, but she wouldn't accept secular arguments for other things. And then I was like, so what's the symmetry breaker? She was like, well, the secular argument can be accepted when it comes to something that is, you can't do it with a commandment, but you can do it with something that isn't like fully said. But then again, the incest thing is something that's literally commanded. So that's where we ended up.
Yeah, I don't know what that person is talking about, because there's no way that mankind should be able to. You know, the verse that's in the actual middle of the Bible, that's literally in the dead middle of the Bible, is Psalm 118. You know what it says? It is better to put trust in the Lord.
Oh. Dean, the debate is incest. The whole point is God fucks with incest.
Back, Dean, damn it.
It's God fucks with incest. And so Jamie yesterday told me that you can follow God's commands, you can use secular logic and make a decision on God's commands. And I said that's not a thing, because literally in the Bible it says that you have to obey the commands and you can't use other logic. So that's where we are. Anyway, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say that would put into conflict the things that Jesus said directly, but a lot of people deliberately twist and use scripture to their own. Oh, Jamie's up. I think Jamie might be able to give us the.
Jamie, what was it? Mark
literally what? Like, can I clarify something?
Yeah, wait, what was the verse again? Mark what?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, the verse that you gave me yesterday was Mark what?
I genuinely don't have my computer in front of me right now. I told you I was in the requests earlier. You should have had me up.
Yeah, there were other people on the live. Go ahead and clarify then, if that's the case.
Okay. So we were talking obviously about a very specific example. We were talking about Adam and Eve, which, as we discussed yesterday, Adam and Eve obviously were procreating after or before God had given the commandment to
no incest,
to no incest. That was prior to that. So at that point, you have to use human reason and logic in that specific example.
Okay, meaning what?
Meaning there was no. So my argumentation I gave yesterday. And I'm trying to make this quick. I'm sorry. My argumentation.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, then, because I said that you have to concede that it was a contradiction, because at one point God said that incest was acceptable, and then the other point God said that it was not acceptable. So they were diametrically opposed.
We never know if God said incest was acceptable or believed incest to be acceptable at that point, because of the reasons I gave yesterday.
But you didn't give a reason. You just said that, like, oh, there was no law at that time.
So hold on, because I think hold on, Jamie. I'm trying to understand how are you? Are you a Christian, Jamie? Are you not a Christian? What are you?
Oh, she's a super Christian.
Okay. I wouldn't call myself a super Christian. We talked 2 hours yesterday. You could say I was probably more well prepared than most people are when they come into these conversations.
You didn't get anywhere though.
Never mind. Anyways, sorry, I really do got to make this quick.
Wait, hold on. Really quickly then. Dean, did you want to say something to her?
Well, I just hopped up in here to give you a partner for this little 2v2. I haven't heard anything yet that I want to latch on to. But I will say, Austin, you should join my stream today and debate me on abortion.
Oh God, Dean! Listen, you will not do to me what you did to Charlie Kirk, brother. I am not, but we can do it.
No, fuck that, Jamie. You should join Dean's stream and debate him on abortion.
We can run that.
I get nervous whenever I join Dean's stream. I actually have debated him a few times, but every time I see the freaking 32,000 people watching at a time, I freaking freeze up.
So I just want to be clear, Dean. The reason why she originally requested up yesterday was to try to debate me on abortion, and you know how I feel about that. And that's why I was like, all right, let's talk about the Bible.
I was respectful of that. I want to clarify. I was very respectful of that.
But anyway, so what's the debate on, Jamie? You're making this claim that
God doesn't fuck with incest.
Yeah.
She was trying to explain it. Yeah.
Okay, so if incest is wrong, okay, well, let me ask you this question. Did God create humans with the intention of humans acting perfect?
Did God create humans with the intention of humans? Well, what
Dean. I
Austin
love
was.
The way you phrase that question. You're sick for that, Dean. I hate the way you phrase that question.
Well, it's true, right?
Can I let Austin take this one?
Oh, don't run from it, Jamie.
It's a 2v2.
Okay, so Austin and I are sitting here quietly. Dean was talking directly to you, Austin. We gotta wait.
He did not ask me. Austin ain't answering that one, honey.
Okay.
Austin,
man,
stop it.
I hate that I'm in the. I'm sorry. Oh gosh. I'm sorry. I've got something I've got to do. Can I exit out for like 5 minutes? I can take care of something and come right back. I did say I only had like 2 seconds when I first joined.
I mean, you can. I don't know what Dean or Austin has going on, so they might not be available, but you know.
I am fine, but I've decided to just DoorDash my food. I'm not even gonna go out the house.
Mm-hmm. Dean, you got
especially
time?
now that I know I'm going to have to debate Dean later on today. I have to get my facts together.
Yeah, no, I got some time. I'm chilling. I watched the split. So I've more appreciation for you, Austin, than a vast majority of other conservatives.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less after the most recent episode when you said that you'd kill me. But
holy shit.
No, he's talking about the clip where they did the ghost hook up.
But I mean, I think, and I also saw a video of you just absolutely cursing out Jake Lang, and that was pretty cool.
Fuck Jake Lang.
Yeah. Dean, thank you. They're actually posting that on the split today. They're posting a clip of it. Dean, I got so much hate from the conservatives. Like, I swear to God, they have told me I'm not one of them. Apparently, I am not forgetful of history enough to be.
Go ahead, Jamie.
But see, that's the thing. Maybe you shouldn't be one of them, Austin. Maybe you shouldn't be a conservative. Maybe you should endorse progressive ideals.
Well, I've already made the decision that I'm going to withdraw my Republican registration after the midterms. I'm just going to register independent and stay that way.
That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I refuse. There's no, because my thing is this: what I saw with Jake Lang, Dean, and I mean this in all seriousness, that type of racism is still so alive in the Republican Party that there's no way that you get around it without a massive revolution of values in there. And I don't think that's going to happen in my generation.
I don't think you get away from that unless you have a massive revolution, which starts with abolishing the patriarchy.
Now, Santana, that's never going to. Unfortunately,
you know how I feel about that. Like, that's the only way to get there.
Well, I mean, and of course I hear that, but that's where I stress the fusion of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. We just got to create as egalitarian society as possible. We're going to butt heads on that all day long. You know that already. That's the patriarchy is not going anywhere. I hate to just be
that. Stop it.
We know it's not.
It hasn't always existed though. Like, that's the problem with you saying it hasn't always been here. Like, it's not a necessity.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying I disagree with that, but I'm saying that the way things are running right now in the West, I don't see for at least the next 200 years. I don't see the patriarchy.
Wait, do you think things are good in the West?
Never. I mean, they're better than they are in other countries, but they're not as good as they could be. Absolutely not. No, I'll be the first to tell you. I think I did a video about this. Dean, did you see the video I had to do on Officer Tatum yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God! When you get the chance, go look at it. Go look at it. There is this. I don't understand this. This is half the reason patriarchy won't go. When you get the chance, go look at it. Go look at it. There have them good old boys, black and white, that try to hold on to these old school, old ideology.
Whew. All right. Yeah. Lost the signal completely. Like I don't know what the hell just happened there, but it just like completely dropped out. Completely dropped out. And it's just lagging like crazy.
Psychedelic said I was destroying the live with my misogyny.
Oh yeah, no, they said you were leaning to all the misogyny. I honestly wasn't listening because I saw the like everything lagging, and I was like, "Holy shit! Let me see if I can fix this in real time."
No, I was just all you missed was me saying that I don't think patriarchy is going to die for at least the next 200 years.
Yeah, but you were saying something, and I was like, the issue is that you say that, but like then you also uphold it, right? Like I have no
problem. I have no problem upholding the patriarchy.
But see, that's the problem. You can't sit here and say that it's not going to go away while at the same time saying that you actually uphold it. Like that's the issue.
I try to uphold the most benevolent parts of it, and when it fails, I become egalitarian.
What's benevolent? What's benevolent patriarchy? That's a fucking wild statement.
I look at it. No, I look at it this way, right? And so this is always the example I give. There was never a moment where I felt like my dad, who is the best person that I know, much better person than me, wouldn't give everything to sacrifice for his family or the people that he cared about, and that's his family, his community. I mean, that to me, it's a sacrifice. It looks like sacrifice to me. It looks like service. Like I think that, and I'm echoing the words of Jesus. He who is greatest among you shall be your servant. You don't have to be an a-hole to serve somebody. You just treat people the way you'd want them to treat you, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but there's no benevolency that would actually justify patriarchy. That's just like those are antithetical. Holy shit.
So let me make sure when you define patriarchy, what are you defining that as?
The entire system that continues to actually uphold the different marginalizations, and starting with white men being at the top and then on down, continues to oppress people that do not fall within the categorization of man, specifically women. And depending on their different intersex, the treatment gets worse and worse and worse.
Well, I mean, I'm always down for tearing down the white male patriarchy. I would simply try to replace it with black egalitarianism, if anything.
For what? See, that's the issue. You don't want something different. You just want to flip it to where like black men are at the top, and that does nothing. It just is the same thing.
No, I said black egalitarianism. No, I said replace the white male patriarchy with black egalitarianism. I didn't say black patriarchy.
It's still gonna literally regress into the same thing.
Of it, listen. And you know what? Dealing with imperfect human beings, shout out to the Bible. We try to. It's going to try to tend back in that direction anyway. But again, this is what I'm saying. We will never, as much as we will fuss and debate about it all day long, the actual patriarchy will. I'm 90% sure. Unfortunately, will never go away. The best we can do is try to make it as egalitarian.
It won't go away if you're sitting there upholding it. And you just proudly said that you uphold the patriarchy.
I absolutely listen. I have no problem admitting that I have a differing worldview than obviously than you guys on this, clearly. But I mean, again, Santana, to hell with us. 250 years from now, people will still be. I guarantee you, people will still be having this debate. Patriarchy will still be here.
Not necessarily.
I hate to say it,
and not if revolution comes before that.
Well, you know what? We've been waiting on the revolution.
Well, Austin, I actually wanted to ask you a question about that. So you said that you uphold benevolent parts of the patriarchy. Well,
right.
I don't think that there are benevolent parts of the patriarchy. So the way that I understand ethics is that it's important for us to be virtuous people.
Yes.
And I think that, what one virtue of the mind would be to attempt to act in accordance with reason and rationale. And when you act unreasonable, you're literally doing something wrong. So in order for any facet or attribute of the patriarchy to not be wrong, it must be reasonable. And I think that all attributes of a system that place prescriptive gender norms on a gender are unreasonable, since I don't think that prescriptive gender norms truly exist. I don't think that you possess certain capabilities, features, or attitudes, okay, that you should act in accordance with because of your gender.
Okay.
Can you convince me otherwise?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that there's one role that can be auto-assigned via gender, the ability to give childbirth. Let's start with that. So there's one. The rest of what you're describing is more socially constructed. So I mean, that can be definitely open to interpretation. But then you just have to look at which genders tend to naturally gravitate towards certain things. I think that's the root of the gender roles. I mean, if we have an honest conversation, if we just look at the numbers, men naturally tend to, in terms of occupation at least, and I'm quoting Jordan Peterson here, Dean, so I'm sure I know you've heard this before. Men tend towards certain roles, women tend towards certain roles just by natural choice.
That's
right?
not fucking
Men
true.
are not. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's just ask the question.
Go ahead.
On average, no, I'm just saying.
Disregard me. Keep it going. Disregard me.
No. But I'm just saying. We can start with that. I don't want to. I want to be super long winded. I ain't gonna lie to y'all because my food's gonna be here in like 10 minutes. So I'm trying to sit down and eat. But I mean, we can start with that. What would you say to that, Dean? In terms of like the natural perspective, like would you say that human beings collectively, men naturally tend towards certain roles, occupations, or no? Is that just happenstance?
Well, I'll respond to both of the two things that you said. So the last thing I said was that I don't think that prescriptive gender norms exist. I don't think that there are a set of attributes, traits, beliefs, or attitudes that people should engage in because of their gender. And then you responded by bringing up childbirth, maybe saying that childbirth is exclusive to women or, people with uteruses, right? Well, what I would say is that's not a prescriptive gender role. A prescriptive gender role is saying that a person should do X because of their gender. But see, the thing is nobody's saying that women should give birth by simply denoting the descriptive fact that they can. So that's not a prescriptive gender role. And then the next thing you said is, well, men naturally gravitate towards certain things because they're men, and women naturally gravitate towards other things because they're women.
Well, no, I didn't say because they're men or because I'm saying that I would argue that they're biologically more wired to be able to tolerate certain things better or worse than the opposite sex. And so that natural biological leniency towards, for example, having higher. Prime example. When we look at all-time infantrymen, who has I'm not talking about this United States because women were excluded from military service and combat for a long time. But if we look across the globe, have men not been more lenient towards going to war versus women as the frontline force?
But
why is that? Because men are more wired to that position.
No.
Well, here's what I'll say. I mean, I don't really think that in the military have been men, that therefore men have a natural gravitation towards the military, when we also have a society that didn't allow women to join the military forever. And
no, that's why I said leave the U.S. alone. That's why I said leave the United States out of it, because for a long time many women were obviously excluded from military service. Yes,
I think it's very difficult to account for social conditions and social pressures in evaluation on if men have a natural gravitation towards a thing, when society is saying that men should do this thing in many scenarios for completely arbitrary reasons. But let's assume that there's a job that has a very high reliance on the use of a lot of physical strength, right? Mm-hmm. Listen, I agree that it's a biological fact that men on average are physically stronger than women. So maybe it'd therefore be descriptively true that we'd see more men doing this thing that necessitates a higher threshold of physical strength in order to do. However, this doesn't mean that men should do this thing. And it's the men should do this thing part that I disagree with, due to the fact that I think prescriptive gender norms are completely arbitrary and just simply don't exist. And it's the prescriptive gender norms that I advocate for the abolition of. And in the advocation of the abolition of prescriptive gender norms, I think in virtue of that fact, we're also advocating for the abolition of the patriarchy. Because the patriarchy necessitates prescriptive gender norms on men, that say men maybe should be the leaders, men should be at the top of the food chain, men should be running the businesses, men should be the breadwinners, men should be the protectors, men should be the presidents, men should be the legislators, men should wield the power, men should hold the resources to a higher degree in comparison to women. So for that reason, I advocate for the abolition of the patriarchy.
Well, and that's understandable, Dan. And where I would offer an opposing.
Also, one second. I don't know, Santana. You have a really stupid mod who's saying I don't advocate for the abolition of the patriarchy. Maybe you guys should. I don't know. listen to what I'm saying. But go ahead, Austin.
No, I was just going to say, Dean, the only difference is
hold on.
my response
Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know what's going on down in the comment section, but I just saw my mods like trying to get some people in line. I don't know what the fuck is happening in the chat, but you guys better like lock in. Like, stop it. Like, I don't know what's happening in the actual chat. And no, it's Dean. It's your people that have never heard you say these things.
Okay. All right. Well, then maybe I'll just retract that they're stupid since they've never heard me say these things.
I have heard Dean say this before.
I take that one back, but hear me out. Go ahead, Austin.
No, I was just going to say the difference in my response is going to be based on the fact that I have we see the world presuppositionally different, right? I hold the belief that God created men and women to do different things, and he created us in an original state, and we now live in a fallen one, according to the book of Genesis. You have a completely different worldview, and that's just where the crossroads is for us. My version of the patriarchy looks exactly like Jesus, just gave us in the New Testament, where he says, "He who is greatest among you shall be your servant." That is inclusive of men or women. You don't have to be a man to serve those around you. You don't have to be a woman to serve those around you. You just do, in the words of my master, you just do what's right. I think if that was applied across the board, a lot of these conversations the world itself would turn more egalitarian than patriarchal. But this is a power problem, and men have had power for longer, largely due to the fact that we're biologically stronger. That has a lot to do with it. And I just don't see, I hate to say this, I don't see especially not the white male patriarchy going anywhere for the next 200 years. And that's,
Yeah, sure. Let me give you my thoughts on what you just said. So the first thing that you said in response to everything that I just shared with you as well, God created men and women to do different things. And let me just be honest, what I hear when you tell me that. You're basically telling me that you're not really concerned with the social outcomes of men doing these certain things. You're not really too concerned with like the outcomes that it produces in society when men do certain things. You're not really too concerned in like the qualities of life that it produces. You don't really care that maybe if we lived in a completely egalitarian society, the quality of life for the average American or the average person in that society would be better. You're more so just concerned with, what the elusive God figure in this book that you preach says. And that's the issue, is that epistemologically, you don't really have a way to measure good and bad. See, like under my view of thinking that individuals should live by particular virtues, and one of the mental virtues being abiding by rationale and reason, which would lead people to be egalitarian and against the patriarchy. Well, we could measure the good outcomes from that, being that people are happier, people have more freedoms, people seemingly enjoy living life more. But under your view, you're just kind of saying it's arbitrarily true that men should do these particular things and women should do these other things. Women shouldn't be church leaders because it's bad.
No, I never said that.
Because it's bad. Not because of any clear epistemological outcomes that we can measure.
Well, we can absolutely measure the epistemological outcomes of Christianity. I think it was the Protestant Christians that actually led the abolition movement in the West to destroy slavery. And by expansion, the British government went to war for slavery over 200 years after it was first done in the West. I think that Christianity has led to some of the greatest explosions of change throughout human history. And again, I think you missed a huge piece of what I said, Dane. If you took the words of Christ himself when he said, "He who is greatest among you shall be the one that serves you," I think that is the piece in specificity. That's piece one and piece two. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I think if human beings followed those two examples, which were given by the carpenter from Nazareth, whether you believe he's God or not, I mean, the historical record proves he existed. If society followed those two rules, the world would change for the better drastically, and that has produced measurable outcomes. And the civil rights movement, in fact, was largely led by Baptist Christian ministers that used the words of Jesus as the foundational text upon which the movement was based. Namely, men and women are equal. Men and women are all made in the imago Dei. So I would disagree with you there that you can't epistemologically measure the change. I think the words of Christ themselves would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that you just gave a really, really messy view, and I'll tell you why. Because you've been telling us for a while that the benevolent parts of the patriarchy that you have pulled is that men should be of service to society, men should be of service to their local community, men should be of service to women. And you've quoted the Bible maybe 3 times now as to Jesus saying men should be of service to women. The benevolent functions of the patriarchy that, you adhere to would be the fact that if men are the greatest in society, then they should serve society. But then you go on to say that, well, according to the Bible, men and women are equal and they're all created in the image of God. Well, see, the thing is, if men and women are equal, well, then men aren't the greatest among us. And if men aren't the greatest among us, well, then it seems like the patriarchy shouldn't be upheld, because the patriarchy likes to posit that men are the greatest among us.
I think the white male patriarchy likes to posit that day, and I think you're. I think I don't want to say you're trying to put me in a box that I'm deliberately stepping out of. I think that there's no if the words of the Bible were applied in full, where everyone treated everyone as they wanted to be treated, we wouldn't actually have a conversation about patriarchy anymore. We would actually have a much more productive conversation, to your point, just about how to make society better as a whole. But that requires a massive move towards egalitarianism that we haven't seen in the West. And all I'm saying is that whether I like it or not, the patriarchy will not disappear for at least the next 200 years, because it would require, oh damn, the live is lagging. I can even see it on my end at this point. It would require such a huge revolution of values that I just don't know if we'll get it soon, is all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I guess
I was just about to say, I'm trying to fix the lag. Like, it's really bad on my side. I can barely hear what you guys are saying.
Well, before, because Santana, my food just got here. Dean, what time are you doing your live? I'll come on and debate you. We're doing abortion, right?
Yeah. I'll be on in like an hour or two. Just hit that follow button. I'll send you a follow back, and I'll text you live when you're live. All right. But yeah, feel free to drop, bro. I'll probably respond to what you just said, like, while you're dropping. Feel free to leave though.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna be listening to it. Yeah, I just followed you, so yeah, just shoot me a message and I'll. Oh, Dean, are you in LA?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay, because Parker sent me a message this morning. We're gonna do lunch when I film this next episode of The Split. I was gonna see if you were there too.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be on in an hour.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
can you guys hear me?
And I can hear you. I'm going to respond to the last thing that he said there before, even though he took off. So at the end there, he said that maybe it is true that, we should treat people the way that we want to be treated. Maybe it is true that men aren't the greatest among, everyone. Maybe it is true that egalitarianism is the benevolent future in accordance with our moral convictions. Okay, well, then what the hell was he talking about when he said that there are particular attributes of the patriarchy that are benevolent and should be upheld? Okay, I don't think it's consistent in the slightest for him to say that there are certain attributes of the patriarchy that are benevolent by nature and should be upheld. Meanwhile, it's important for us to treat other individuals as we want to be treated, and there is no greater one above all. So, I just think that was very incoherent.
Hey, I just wanted to say something before Dean leaves, if that's okay. Dean, I know we've talked a little bit in the past. I'm just excited if you do open a alternate debate live. I'd absolutely be the first to request up. I hope we can have some more in-depth conversations soon. Because there's a lot I think that we could talk about, and I know you think you know a little bit about what I believe, but I'd love to go into depth with that a little bit more. I'm sorry I wasn't in a great position today to really be involved in that conversation, but we'll come back some other point and have a productive dialogue.
I'm sorry, I kind of missed the last part of that. I was shooting off the text. Would you like to repeat that quickly?
Yeah, no, I was just saying I hope we have some time soon to have a productive dialogue. Whether it's an alternate, I know you'd mentioned doing like an alternate stream and whatnot.
Yeah,
but.
well, I know that we talked about abortion yesterday. In that conversation with you saying that you need to research your view more. So
I tend to freeze up. Yeah, I tend to freeze up when I mentioned earlier. I know you have a very large audience, and I'm just getting into debating people, and I definitely don't. I don't know. I need to get a little bit more practice in, but I think in the future, if you do open like an alternate stream or something, I'd be one of the first to jump in. So
yeah,
that's all I was saying.
And I'll say this really quickly, Jamie, because I know you actually had a lot going on, and you were trying to lay out the overarching argument and all this other stuff when it came to like the incest and da 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 da. Did you feel confident enough trying to finish that up, or what are we doing there?
Right this second, gosh, it's just really not a good time. I would love to come back some other time. You're live every day, right? Would you? I mean, if you'll have me up another day, I'll be glad to come back and finish it. But my afternoon is just jam-packed right now.
You literally said that you were gonna step off for like 5 minutes and then come back and actually.
And then things happen, and it's I can't get into it too much. It involves work, so it's. Dude, I really would love to have a more
we sat here and waited for
right
you,
now.
and then the actual live froze, and like I've been working on the Wi-Fi this entire time, trying to make sure that we get this all set.
Know.
So
I was up. I really did try to get in earlier. I think I sat in your queue for like an hour near the beginning of your stream.
Can't hear you again.
So I definitely was. Sorry, I said I definitely did try to get up earlier.
Can you hear me?
I was sat in your queue. Yeah, I can hear you. You can't hear us?
No, it's been lagging the whole time. I've barely been able to hear anything that anyone's saying. You're back now though. What were you saying?
I was saying I sat in the queue for about an hour earlier trying to get on your stream. I definitely want to talk to you about this. I'm absolutely confident enough to continue to defend that, but it is just not a good time right now.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
We'll talk later.
Yep.
If you're cool. If you're cool to have me up later, we'll talk.
Yep.
Right,
absolutely. Oh. Yeah. Echo. Dean, you there?
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. Check my text. Let me know if there's anything more that you want me to do. I could definitely facilitate that, but for now I'm gonna drop. I do appreciate you so much for letting me up.
All right. Yeah. No, I appreciate you.
Of course. You have a good rest of your day, man.
You as well. All right, so give me a second. Sorry, guys, this Wi-Fi issue has been kicking my ass. All right, guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. So, you know, it's a keyboard ASMR. Would you debate a leftist? I love your debate a leftist about what? Am I still lagging? Holy fuck. Am I still lagging for anyone? No. Okay. All right. 1 second. Sorry. Let me try switching the Wi-Fi one more time. Okay. Why am I seeing that then? Okay. All right. All right. Are we good? Are we good? Am I frozen for anyone? Am I frozen for anyone? Okay. So this is what I'll say. I know that there was a lot of back and forth in the comment section, and apparently there was a point where Dean called one of the mods stupid. I thought that Dean said that the live was stupid, and I directly chimed in and said, hey, that's the people, your people that are here that have never heard you say that. And I'm talking to Dean right now about it, and we're going to be in communication because first and foremost, like calling one of the mods stupid is unacceptable. That's not something that we're going to do. Right. Even more so, there is back and forth about what someone is or isn't doing or blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get into all the details of that. But the one thing that I do want to call out directly, and I'm, telling Dean this as well, and we are going to have a conversation and go from there, is that saying that one of the mods are stupid, that's not something that we are going to put up with at all. Right. So I'm going to try to go back and listen to it as well, because again, I was lagging out so bad for the entire time and trying to switch to Wi-Fi that I missed a large portion of everything that was said. I couldn't even really hear the conversation between Dean and Austin. But I want to let you guys know, I saw your replies after the Wi-Fi cut back on. I've had a couple of people reach out to me directly and let me know what's going on. I'm trying to actually make sure that we get on the same page, and we will be addressing it. So I just want to make sure that we go ahead and drop that there. We will absolutely be addressing it. And for people who saying, oh, that this didn't happen or whatever, it did. As soon as I got the information on the back end and was told that it happened, I confirmed it, and he did say it. So we'll address it from there. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it at this moment. You guys know how I feel about my mods. If I would have heard it in real time and understood what's happening, and we could have addressed it, but yeah, that's where we are. Not going to repeat it. We're not going to run through it again. I just wanted to address it right now and let my mods, this is more so for the mods. This isn't even for the chat. This is for the mods, especially the mods that it was aimed towards. I didn't hear it in real time, didn't know what was happening, but I promise you I'm going to address it. And that's directly for my mods. That's directly for my mods. All right. So With that being said, the signal is still kind of jacked up here for me. And I think that I need to reset the router as a whole. And I think that we just should call it here. Like, I think that's the best situation, is just to call it here. I tried switching over to a different signal because I am traveling, and this, like, there's two Wi-Fi signals or whatever. This one kind of seems a little bit better, but like, it's funny. So instead of just dealing with lag and dropping out and all this other stuff, we're going to call it for here, or call it for now, and then we'll maybe try again later or whatever. Oh, wait, W's in chat for Evil Queen for the $1 donation. Yeah, you said, not sure if it's on my end or yours, but your stream is cutting out pretty bad. I just wanted to make it aware in case it wasn't on your end or ignore. Yeah, like, that's why I've been looking around trying to fix it this entire time. And like, I tried turning, I have multiple devices that are connected to the Wi-Fi, and I tried turning off as many devices as I could in order to try to see if it was just too many devices on the Wi-Fi, but it didn't help. And it just caused it to continue to drop out. So W's in chat for Billy for the $3 donation, said these patriots act like they care about women. I served in the Navy and hate hearing these fake saviors. Keep doing what you're doing. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Billy Jean. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in chat for Angela for the $1 donation. And treat others like you would like to be treated. Should be the silver rule. The gold rule should be treat others as they would like to be treated. Love you, Aunt Pickles. Love you too. That's actually a good one. Let's see here. W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent out 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. I appreciate the hell out of you. And W's in the chat for Tog, that one guy who sent a $2 super chat to say support the Maliki Healing Journey GoFundMe. That's what they said. Let's see here. I think we're all caught up, guys. I apologize. I don't know what happened. Like I said, it started freezing up and glitching, and it's really bad. Santana, switch to your cellular. I can't. Like, see, that's the issue. I'm traveling, and so I can't just switch to cellular, right? And I'm not on my phone. I'm on my. I literally had to take so I'm on my backup on my phone, and I had to turn off the Wi-Fi just to try to keep it in place. So anyway, we're gonna call it here. And I will try to be back today if I can. If not, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna completely reset the entire router. Hopefully that'll address the issue, and then we'll just go from there. All right, perfect. Let's go.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This
Can you guys hear that?
This a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk.
It's like slowing down and speeding up.
Glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Oh.
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff.
We're just going to go ahead and call it. Guys, thank you. I apologize about the end of the stream. There was a lot that happened, and I'm sorry that I not only was not aware of everything that's happening, that the service was so shit at certain times. This is so fucking annoying. Sorry, guys. All right, I love you. Thank you all. W's in the chat for it's Rush for the $50 YouTube super chat. Afternoon, Santana. Here's something for you. Hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry about the quality of the stream. I promise you, I'm going to try to figure this out and fix it. Thank you, guys. And I love you guys, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always, peace.